Welcome back, dear friend. Tonight, as you settle into the quiet of your room, let the soft embrace of your bed and the gentle rhythm of your breathing guide you into a place of calm. This is your time, a moment to let go of the day's worries, to release the tension in your shoulders, and to allow your mind to drift gently toward stories that have endured for thousands of years. Tonight, we are going to journey together through the story of the entire Bible, not as a hurried history, not as a list of facts to memorize, but as a peaceful, flowing narrative, a story of beginnings, of hope, of human struggles and triumphs, and of a presence that has guided people across generations. As you lay there, feel your body sinking softly into your bed. Let the weight of the day settle behind you. Notice your breath, slow, steady, even. Inhale gently and exhale, letting go. You are safe here. This is a journey meant for your mind and your heart, a journey that will take you from the first whispers of creation to visions of eternity, all while wrapping you in a blanket of calmness and quiet wonder. Close your eyes, if you like. Imagine a world yet unformed, a blank canvas stretching infinitely in every direction. This is the world before time itself, before stars had lit the night sky, before oceans had filled their vast basins, before mountains had risen from the earth. And yet, in the midst of this vastness, there is presence, a quiet, steady, shaping presence. This is the presence of God, the Creator, who speaks and begins the dance of all things that will ever exist. The story we will follow tonight is not just of people or kings or lands. It is the story of life itself, the way it begins, unfolds, and reaches toward a deeper meaning. As we move forward, you may notice images forming behind your closed eyelids, the soft glow of morning light spreading across a dark expanse, a gentle river winding through a landscape that seems to be just waking into being, animals stirring softly in the grass, the first whispers of wind through the trees. These images are not hurried, and they do not demand anything of you. They are here simply to accompany you, to lull your mind into a relaxed rhythm as we step together into a story both ancient and eternal. We will not rush. There is no need to keep track of time, no need to remember every detail. The goal is simply to let the story wash over you, to allow the flow of events, of lessons, and of quiet beauty to soothe your mind. Each section we explore will be like a gentle river, carrying images of creation, of people, of choices and consequences, and of hope and renewal, all moving slowly, steadily, toward a peaceful understanding. This story has been told and retold for thousands of years, whispered around fires, spoken in quiet temples, read aloud in homes, studied in schools, and carried in the hearts of countless people. Tonight, it comes to you not as a lesson, but as a companion for your thoughts, a lullaby for your mind, a gentle guide through the long and intricate tapestry of life, faith, and meaning. Think of the Bible as a map of human experience, yes, but also as a river of stories, each story like a pebble dropped into calm water, sending out ripples that reach far beyond the initial splash. Some stories are joyful, some are sorrowful, some are quiet and reflective, while others are bold and full of action. And through it all, there is a gentle rhythm, a presence that moves steadily, always offering a sense of order, of hope, and of a path toward understanding. And so, as we begin, let your body feel heavy, comfortably heavy, as if you are sinking into a cloud that holds you perfectly. Let your hands rest softly, let your shoulders release, and allow your thoughts to drift like feathers on a gentle breeze. The story of the Bible begins at the very beginning, the moment when all things were possible, when time itself had yet to take shape. And it is in this beginning that we find not only the origins of the world, but also a reflection of the infinite patience, care, and love that will carry through every page, every chapter, every story that follows. Tonight, you are not just listening, you are part of this journey. Each story, each moment, each lesson is here to guide your mind into a place of quiet reflection, where learning and relaxation exist together. Imagine yourself walking through a vast, open landscape at the dawn of creation, feeling the soft earth beneath your feet, listening to the first gentle whispers of life around you. There is a calmness here, a balance, a promise that every event, every choice, every unfolding story has its place and its meaning. And as you breathe in the quiet of this world, you are ready to follow the stories, to drift along them, and to allow yourself to rest within them. So, dear friend, take one last deep, slow breath in and release it gently. Let the tension of the day flow out with it. Let your mind settle. And now, we will begin the first story, the story of beginnings, of creation, and the first moments of light and life. Let your imagination move slowly, gently, and let your mind float with the narrative. There is no rush, only the steady, flowing rhythm of the story, carrying you softly into the world of the Bible, a world as old as time, yet always new. Tonight, this story is yours. Let it fill your mind with calm images, gentle sounds, and a sense of peace. Let it guide you not only through the pages of the Bible, but also through the quiet spaces of your own mind, preparing you for a restful sleep filled with gentle understanding, wonder, and reflection. And now, dear friend, we are ready. Let the story begin. The beginning. Creation. Welcome. Again, dear friend, as we continue to drift softly into the very first moments of existence, let your body sink deeper into comfort. Feel the gentle weight of your head against your pillow, the softness of your arms, the calmness in your legs. Allow each breath to settle you further into a space of quiet, a space where time stretches and everything that follows can unfold gently in your mind. Picture the world before it was formed, a vast, infinite emptiness, stretching in all directions, endless and silent. No mountains, no rivers, no animals, no human voices, just a quiet, serene nothingness. And yet, within this emptiness, there is a presence, a gentle, patient, and steady presence, quiet but immensely powerful. It is the Creator, holding all potential in existence, preparing to bring light, form, and life to the void. And then, softly, the first words, "Let there be light." Imagine the darkness breaking, gently as soft, Warm light spreads across the emptiness. It is not sharp or overwhelming, but soothing, filling the void with a calm, golden glow. Light stretches across every corner, touching what will become land, sky, and sea. Darkness remains on one side, creating contrast, a gentle rhythm that mirrors the rise and fall of your own breathing. Inhale the warmth, exhale the stillness. Day and night begin their eternal dance, a steady, comforting cycle that will mark the passage of time. On the second day, imagine a vast expanse forming overhead. The sky, it is wide, serene, stretching farther than your eyes could ever see. Soft clouds drift across this new sky like delicate brush strokes on a canvas of endless blue. The sky separates waters above from waters below, creating space for air to move, for wind to whisper, and for life to breathe. Picture yourself walking beneath this new sky, the gentle breeze brushing past your face, carrying with it the calmness of a world just beginning to take shape. On the third day, notice how the waters gather to reveal dry land. Imagine rolling plains, soft hills, gentle valleys, and meandering rivers. The earth stretches awake, ready to be clothed in life. Visualize the rivers, reflecting the sky, flowing slowly and deliberately. Trees stretch their first branches toward the light. Grass spreads softly, swaying as though in a quiet dance. Flowers bloom gently, their colors tender and vivid, each petal unfurling in perfect rhythm. The land is alive, yet calm, humming quietly, with the promise of life to come. God's attention turns now to the seas, filling them with creatures of every shape, color, and size. Picture schools of fish gliding smoothly beneath the water's surface, moving together like gentle ripples. Some are small, shimmering silver in the soft light. Others are vast and majestic, cutting silently through the water. In the sky above, birds take flight, wings slicing the air in wide, graceful arcs. Their calls are soft and harmonious, creating a quiet symphony with the rustle of leaves and the movement of water. Each creature moves in perfect balance, filling the world with life without disrupting its calm. The sixth day brings the land animals, large and small, gentle and strong. Lions roam the plains with quiet majesty. Elephants move slowly through valleys, their weight a steady rhythm against the earth. Deer step lightly among the trees. Imagine the soft brush of their fur, the careful tread of their hooves, the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass as they move in harmony with the world around them. And then, in this perfect balance, humanity is formed. Adam and Eve, created in the image of the Creator, take their first steps in the garden, feeling the soft earth beneath their feet, the warmth of the sun, the caress of the breeze, and the freshness of the air. The Garden of Eden is a paradise. Rivers meander through soft valleys, reflecting the sky's calm light. Trees are heavy with fruit, their colors deep and inviting. Flowers bloom everywhere, releasing gentle fragrances that drift softly, mingling with the clean scent of the earth. Imagine Adam and Eve walking through this garden, feeling complete, whole, and at peace. The animals move around them without fear. The birds sing above, and the sun casts warm, golden light across the landscape. Everything exists in harmony, in balance, in perfect calm. As God observes all that has been made, he sees that it is very good. Pause for a moment, dear friend, and let this idea settle. Very good. Not just functional, not just adequate, but complete, harmonious, balanced, filled with beauty and potential. Let your own mind feel the echo of that phrase. Very good. Feel it settling in your chest, radiating outward through your body, relaxing your muscles, softening your thoughts. Everything is as it should be. You are as you should be. The seventh day is a day of rest. God pauses, not out of fatigue, but out of contentment and satisfaction. Rest is a rhythm, a balance, a necessary part of life. Picture yourself lying quietly in the soft grass of Eden, the sun warming your face, the breeze carrying the gentle songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. You are completely safe, completely calm, completely present in this moment. The world is steady, quiet, and beautiful, and you are part of it. Let your breathing slow further. Inhale slowly, exhale softly. Let your mind drift like a leaf on a gentle stream, flowing with the rhythm of creation. As the first chapter of creation concludes, notice the delicate interconnections forming everywhere. The water nourishing the land, the light supporting life, the creatures moving in harmony, humanity walking gently through paradise. Everything is part of a grand, quiet design, a tapestry of beauty, balance, and purpose. Imagine yourself stepping lightly through this world, noticing the colors, the smells, the gentle sounds, the sense of calm that permeates every corner. There is no rush, no urgency, no tension, only the serene unfolding of a world that has just begun. And so, dear friend, as you sink further into the comfort of your bed, allow the images of creation to linger behind your closed eyelids. The golden light spilling over the darkness, the vast sky stretching endlessly above, the gentle rivers and rolling plains, the first animals moving in quiet harmony, and the first humans walking in peace through the garden. Feel the calmness of this first world, the gentle rhythm of creation, and the steady presence of the Creator who watches over all with quiet care. Let the peace of this story fill your mind, washing away the worries of the day. Let your thoughts drift softly, slowly, like clouds across a calm sky. Your body is at ease, your mind is calm, and your heart is gently open to the quiet beauty of the beginning. And now, as the world of creation settles into a state of calm completeness, imagine yourself lying in Eden, breathing with the rhythm of life itself. Every detail you've imagined, the soft earth, the flowing rivers, the trees, the animals, the warm light of the sun, the gentle hum of life, lingers in your mind like a lullaby, drawing you ever closer to a deep, peaceful sleep. The Garden of Eden. Welcome back, dear friend. As you remain nestled in your bed, feeling the gentle weight of your body, and the calm rhythm of your breathing, let us step quietly into the next chapter of our journey. Imagine, if you can, a world now fully formed, a world alive and brimming with color, sound, and movement. The land stretches in gentle waves of hills and valleys. Rivers wind lazily through the terrain, reflecting the warm light of the sun, and a soft breeze carries the scent of flowers and the earth itself. In the midst of this wonder lies the Garden of Eden, a place of perfect harmony, a sanctuary where everything exists in calm balance. Picture the garden as vividly as you can: wide, open spaces where the grass is soft underfoot and the soil feels rich and nurturing. Trees of every shape and size rise gracefully toward the sky, some with thick, sturdy trunks and branches that sway gently in the wind, others delicate and flowering, their blossoms releasing a fragrance so soft it feels like a gentle whisper in the air. Streams wind through the garden, clear and sparkling, their water cool and soothing as it flows over smooth stones, creating a soft, melodious sound. Birds sing from the treetops, their voices blending into a quiet, harmonious symphony that fills the air with calm. And here, in this sanctuary of life, we find Adam, the first man. Imagine him stepping lightly onto the soft grass, his eyes wide with wonder as he takes in the beauty surrounding him. Every leaf, every flower, every creature captures his attention, yet he moves with ease, unhurried, completely at peace. Adam explores the garden with curiosity and delight, noticing the patterns of life, the harmony of sounds, the gentle rustling of animals moving nearby. He sees deer drinking quietly from a stream, birds flitting between branches, and flowers opening slowly to the sun. Everything is calm, everything is beautiful, everything is as it should be. Soon, Adam is not alone. From him, the first woman, Eve, is formed. Imagine her, gentle and graceful, stepping into the garden with the same sense of wonder and peace. She walks alongside Adam, and together they explore this paradise, their presence blending seamlessly with the natural rhythm of the garden. They are free to enjoy everything the garden has to offer: the warmth of the sun on their skin, the soft breeze through their hair, the taste of fruit from the trees, and the comfort of knowing that they are safe, loved, and complete. Every detail of Eden is designed for serenity and delight. The trees are heavy with fruit, each one different in color, shape, and flavor. Some are sweet, others tart, each offering a unique experience of nourishment and pleasure. Flowers bloom in vibrant clusters, their petals soft and delicate, releasing subtle fragrances that mingle with the clean, earthy scent of the soil. Streams flow in gentle arcs, their waters crystal clear, reflecting the golden light of the sun and the soft shadows of the trees above. The air itself is calm and soothing, carrying with it the gentle hum of life and the quiet assurance of safety and balance. Adam and Eve are given one simple instruction: to enjoy all that the garden has to offer, except for the fruit of one particular tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Imagine the subtle weight of this instruction, not as a burden, but as a gentle reminder of boundaries, of choice, and of trust. The rest of the garden is theirs to explore freely, to wander through with ease, to touch, to taste, to observe, and to marvel at. Every step they take, every breath they draw, is in harmony with the world around them, and the world around them responds with quiet balance and abundance. As you visualize this, dear friend, notice the soft sounds that fill the garden, the rustling of leaves as a gentle wind moves through the trees, the babbling of a nearby brook, the faint murmur of animals moving quietly among the foliage. Imagine the warmth of sunlight filtering through the branches, casting soft patterns on the ground, and the subtle play of shadows creating a serene dance across the landscape. This is a place of calm perfection, a sanctuary designed to nourish the body, mind, and spirit, where every detail has its place and every moment flows gently into the next. In this garden, Adam and Eve form a connection not only with each other, but with every living thing around them. They name the animals, observing them carefully, learning their habits and rhythms. Lions, strong and noble, move with quiet dignity. Deer step lightly, delicate and serene. Birds of every color flit through the trees, their wings creating a soft whisper in the air. Every creature is part of the intricate balance of Eden, each contributing to the calm and harmony of the garden. Time in Eden is gentle and unhurried. There is no need for clocks or schedules, no rush, no urgency. The days pass with a slow rhythm marked by the gentle movement of the sun across the sky, the shifting light and shadow, the soft flow of streams, and the quiet sounds of life unfolding. Adam and Eve walk, rest, explore, and reflect, their minds and hearts aligned with the serene patterns of the garden. Every moment is a meditation, every breath a connection with the calm, abundant life around them. As you imagine yourself walking through Eden alongside Adam and Eve, notice how your own body begins to relax, how your breathing becomes deeper and slower, how your mind starts to drift with the gentle rhythm of the garden. Let the warmth of the sun, the softness of the grass, the fragrance of the flowers, and the gentle songs of birds fill your senses. Feel a deep, calming peace spreading through you, a reflection of the harmony that exists in this first paradise. The Garden of Eden is more than a place. It is a state of being. It is a world where everything is in balance, where life is gentle and abundant, and where every creature and human is in harmony with the presence of the Creator. Imagine walking slowly through the garden, feeling the soft earth beneath your feet, the gentle breeze on your skin, and the quiet companionship of Adam and Eve as they move gracefully among the trees and streams. Let yourself absorb the calm, the beauty, and the serenity of this perfect world. As you drift deeper into this visualization, imagine the garden at different times of day. The morning light spreads softly across the landscape, the dew sparkling on leaves and flowers. Birds sing their gentle morning songs, and the streams glisten with the first light of day. In the afternoon, the sun bathes the garden in warm, golden light, highlighting the vibrant colors of flowers, trees, and creatures. In the evening, the light softens, casting long, gentle shadows and creating a sense of peaceful closure to the day. And at night, under the soft glow of the moon and the twinkling stars, the garden rests, every living being quiet and serene, breathing in harmony with the gentle rhythm of the world. In Eden, Adam and Eve experience not only the beauty of the natural world, but also a deep sense of connection with each other, with the Creator, and with all living things. Every step, every sight, every sound is part of a perfect, calming flow. Let yourself imagine moving through this world with ease, feeling the soft grass beneath your feet, the gentle wind on your skin, the warm sunlight or soft moonlight on your face. Let your mind drift slowly, like leaves floating on a gentle stream, following the natural rhythm of the garden, absorbing its peace and letting go of all tension, worry, or stress. And now, dear friend, as you feel the calm of the Garden of Eden surrounding you, imagine Adam and Eve walking hand in hand, their steps slow, their hearts light, their minds serene. The animals move quietly around them, the trees sway softly, and the streams sing their gentle songs. Everything is balanced, harmonious, and peaceful. This is the world as it was intended to be, a place of calm, abundance, and gentle beauty. Let this image fill your mind, calming your thoughts and preparing you for rest. In the stillness of the garden, remember this: peace, harmony, and connection are always possible. And even as stories unfold and the world changes, the calm and beauty of Eden can exist within your imagination, guiding you into deep relaxation and sleep. Let this vision linger as your thoughts soften, your breathing slows, and your mind drifts gently toward a restful, restorative night. The first choice. Welcome back, dear friend. As you continue to rest in the comfort of your bed, allow your body to sink even deeper into softness, letting the gentle rhythm of your breathing guide you. The Garden of Eden, with its rivers, trees, and softly moving creatures, surrounds you in your mind. And now we turn to the first story of human choice, the quiet, gentle unfolding of decisions that carry weight and teach lessons we carry within ourselves. Picture Adam and Eve walking slowly through the garden, hand in hand, their senses alive to the delicate beauty surrounding them. The sun filters softly through the branches above, casting warm, golden light over the leaves, and a gentle breeze moves across the grass, rustling the petals of the flowers and the tips of the trees. Every creature moves in harmony, the birds singing soft songs, the animals stepping lightly, all in perfect rhythm with the peaceful garden. In the midst of this paradise stands one tree that is different, a tree that draws the eye not by force, but by subtle presence, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Its branches are strong, its leaves glossy and green, its fruit vibrant and inviting. Imagine the colors of the fruit, the way the sunlight glints off their surfaces, and the quiet, mysterious allure that makes one pause and wonder. Adam and Eve have been told by the Creator to enjoy all the other trees freely, to taste and explore. But this one, with its quiet significance, is not to be touched. As you imagine this, Feel the gentle weight of the choice resting in the air. There is no pressure, no urgency, only the slow, deliberate unfolding of possibility. Adam and Eve walk near the tree, noticing its presence without reaching for it, experiencing a calm curiosity, a quiet awareness of the responsibility that comes with free will. In their hearts, there is trust and harmony, and the garden continues to breathe around them, its rhythms steady and reassuring. But the garden, like life itself, contains subtle lessons, whispers of challenges that will help teach understanding and wisdom. From the shadows among the trees, a serpent moves, a creature of quiet cunning, not fierce or aggressive, but soft-spoken, measured in its movements. It slithers gently along the ground, its presence calm yet compelling, its eyes reflecting a quiet intelligence. The serpent begins to speak, not with shouts or threats, but with soft, enticing words that float in the warm air like a gentle breeze, coaxing Eve's attention toward the fruit she has been told not to eat. Imagine Eve listening, curious but calm, as the serpent's words weave a subtle narrative, suggesting that perhaps the fruit holds knowledge, understanding, and power beyond what she has yet experienced. The garden remains serene, yet the sense of choice fills the space like a quiet tension, not frightening, but thought-provoking. Adam watches nearby, sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere, his mind calm yet attentive, aware that life in Eden now includes not only beauty and harmony, but also the quiet presence of decisions and consequences. As Eve reaches out, gently taking the fruit into her hands, imagine the sensation: smooth skin, firm yet yielding, the faint scent of sweetness and life. The moment is soft, deliberate, and full of awareness. She tastes it, experiencing the unexpected, the new, the unknown. Then Adam, seeing the choice and understanding the subtle call of curiosity and shared experience, takes his own portion. Together, they experience this first step into knowledge, a choice that will forever change the flow of life in Eden. As you imagine this scene, notice how the garden reacts. The birds continue to sing, but a quiet shift seems to ripple through the leaves and the streams, a subtle reminder that every action carries consequence. The animals move gently, instinctively aware of the change, yet there is no harshness, only a quiet recalibration of balance. Adam and Eve feel a new awareness, a gentle but unmistakable sense that the world has grown larger, more complex, and more layered. They experience a mixture of wonder and weight, curiosity and understanding, all flowing softly through the air like a gentle stream. In this first choice, dear friend, there is a lesson that extends far beyond the garden. Life, even in its most serene and perfect form, involves decisions. Some are simple, some are subtle, and some carry profound consequences. Imagine the sensation of learning, of realizing that the world contains both beauty and complexity, both freedom and responsibility. Feel it as a soft wave moving through your mind, a quiet understanding settling gently, encouraging reflection without pressure, inviting calm contemplation. Now picture Adam and Eve sitting beneath a tree, the fruit between them, the gentle sunlight warming their skin, and the breeze moving softly through the garden. There is a pause, a quiet moment of reflection. They notice the harmony of the world around them, the soft ripples of water, the rustling leaves, the gentle movements of the animals, and yet, within them, a new awareness has arisen, a sense of responsibility, a sense of consequence, and a gentle understanding that choices shape the flow of life. The Garden of Eden, with all its abundance and calm, is still a place of learning. Imagine walking alongside Adam and Eve as they begin to understand the weight of their choice, not in fear or guilt, but in quiet contemplation. The sun moves slowly across the sky, the shadows stretching and softening, the gentle songs of birds filling the air. The garden itself seems to breathe, a living presence, reflecting both the continuity of life and the lessons embedded in every moment. Even as the first choice is made, there is still peace, there is still beauty. The rivers flow, the trees sway, the flowers bloom, and the creatures continue their gentle rhythm. Adam and Eve are not punished in haste. Rather, they are invited to understand, to reflect, and to grow. In this soft, immersive moment, there is an echo of the calm lesson that life itself carries. Choices matter, awareness matters, and understanding unfolds in its own time, like the gentle opening of a flower or the slow rise of the sun over a quiet landscape. And as you lie in your bed, dear friend, allow yourself to drift with these images. Picture the warm sunlight on your skin, the soft grass beneath your feet, the rustling leaves above. Imagine Adam and Eve walking slowly, hand in hand, feeling the subtle shift in their awareness, noticing the harmony and beauty of the garden even as they carry the weight of their choice. Let your own breath synchronize with the calm rhythm of the garden, deepening with each inhale, softening with each exhale, guiding your mind gently toward rest. The story of the first choice in Eden is more than an ancient tale. It is a reminder of awareness, of responsibility, and of the gentle unfolding of understanding that comes with every step in life. Imagine this understanding as a soft, warm light inside you, filling your mind and heart with calm reflection, steady and peaceful. The world continues to breathe, slowly and quietly, and you are part of that rhythm, enveloped in safety, serenity, and the quiet beauty of life unfolding. Now, dear friend, as your body relaxes and your mind drifts further, picture the garden settling into the evening. The light softens, the sun casting long, gentle shadows across the grass. Birds settle into the trees. Rivers glisten quietly in the fading light, and Adam and Eve rest beneath the canopy of a great tree, reflecting on the choice they have made, aware of both the beauty of the world and the weight of knowledge. Let this calm scene fill your mind, carrying you gently toward sleep, your thoughts slowing, your breath steady, your body completely at ease. In this quiet, reflective moment, remember the lesson of the first choice. Life is a rhythm of awareness, understanding, and gentle responsibility. Let it settle softly in your heart, like the quiet echo of a lullaby, as you drift further into rest. The garden, the rivers, the trees, the creatures, and the gentle presence of Adam and Eve remain with you, a calming companion, as your mind and body prepare for deep, restorative sleep. The story of Cain and Abel. Welcome back, dear friend. As you remain nestled in your bed, let the quiet of the evening settle around you. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into comfort, the gentle rhythm of your breath guiding you toward calm. Imagine the Garden of Eden behind you now, a soft memory of light, rivers, and harmony, and see the world slowly unfolding beyond it. Humanity has begun to grow. Adam and Eve have made their first choice, and life has continued softly, steadily, unfolding into the next chapter of human experience. Adam and Eve have children now. Two sons, Cain and Abel, are born into this young world, and with them, the first family begins to take shape. Picture them growing up in a world still filled with the gentle beauty and calm of creation, yet now touched by the first awareness of responsibility and consequence. Cain is a tiller of the soil, working the land with patient hands, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin, the soft earth under his feet, the rhythm of planting and growing filling his days. Abel, his younger brother, tends flocks, guiding gentle sheep across green pastures, listening to their quiet murmurs, feeling the soft grass beneath his feet, the wind brushing softly against his face, the quiet harmony of life moving around him. The boys grow, and the rhythm of their work reflects the calm, steady pulse of life. Yet, as life always does, subtle emotions begin to stir. Imagine Cain looking at his brother's flocks, Abel observing his brother's crops, each feeling the quiet whisper of comparison, a gentle undercurrent of jealousy and pride forming in the spaces between them. These are soft, internal feelings, not harsh or urgent, but they grow slowly, like vines creeping along a wall, shaping the landscape of their hearts and minds. One day, both brothers bring offerings to God. Picture Cain with his carefully gathered fruits and grains, the product of his patient labor, arranged thoughtfully and presented with care. Abel brings the firstborn of his flock, a lamb, gentle and soft, with eyes that reflect trust and innocence, offering it with reverent gratitude. Both offerings are acts of devotion, yet a quiet distinction is made. God looks upon Abel's gift with favor, recognizing the intent, the heart, and the gentle humility within it. Cain's offering, though given with effort, carries an unspoken tension, a quiet pride, or perhaps a distraction of the heart. The moment is not loud or violent. It is subtle, delicate, like a breeze shifting the leaves of a tree, but its significance is profound. Imagine Cain feeling the quiet sting of disappointment, a subtle sadness that deepens into frustration. His shoulders tense slightly, his hands unclench, his thoughts drift toward envy. The garden remains calm around him. The birds sing softly, the rivers flow steadily, the animals move gently, but within Cain there is a quiet storm beginning to form. Abel remains serene, unaware of the deepening tension, tending his flock, moving with calm purpose, the sunlight on his back, the gentle hum of the world around him soothing his mind. The story unfolds slowly, like a soft river moving through a gentle landscape. Cain speaks to Abel, the words soft, yet carrying an edge of quiet resentment. Abel responds calmly, unaware of the brewing turmoil, maintaining the harmony that surrounds him. But within Cain, the feelings of jealousy and anger continue to grow, subtle yet persistent, like shadows stretching in the fading light. The first human conflict begins, not loud, not sudden, but slow, deliberate, a quiet ripple through the calm fabric of life. And then, tragically, the tension reaches its first breaking point. In a moment that is both quiet and devastating, Cain acts against his brother. The act is sudden, yet the lead up has been a gentle, almost imperceptible accumulation of emotion. Abel falls, and the garden, so full of life and calm, witnesses the first human loss. Pause here, dear friend, and breathe slowly. Imagine the stillness that follows, the quiet that fills the space, the soft rustle of leaves, and the gentle flow of water, as if the world itself mourns the first human tragedy. God speaks to Cain, not with anger alone, but with gentle inquiry, asking where Abel is. Imagine Cain's unease, the tension in his chest, the soft faltering of words as he responds, "Am I my brother's keeper?" The words carry a quiet defensiveness, a fragile attempt to shield himself from consequence. Yet, in this moment, a profound lesson unfolds. The quiet awareness that our actions ripple outward, touching lives and shaping the world in ways we may not immediately perceive. God's response is measured, yet inevitable. Cain is marked, not abandoned entirely, but reminded that his actions carry consequences. The world continues to move gently around him. The rivers, the trees, the animals, all part of the steady rhythm of life. But within Cain, the weight of responsibility and the awareness of loss settle softly. He departs from the presence of God and Abel, moving into a new life shaped by choice, consequence, and the ongoing journey of understanding. As you imagine this story, dear friend, notice the gentle lessons woven within it. Human emotions, jealousy, anger, frustration, arise naturally, even in a world of beauty and harmony. Choices carry weight, and actions have consequences that ripple outward, often in ways that are subtle yet profound. Pause and let these lessons sink into your mind like soft rainfall on fertile soil, nourishing understanding without urgency, without pressure. Picture Cain walking away from the scene, the garden stretching around him in soft light and quiet sounds. His steps are slow, thoughtful, reflective. He begins a journey of learning, of awareness, of living with the results of his choice. The animals move gently around him. The rivers flow steadily. The birds sing softly in the trees. And the garden continues its rhythm, calm and enduring, offering a gentle reminder that life, though sometimes marked by sorrow, continues with grace and resilience. And imagine Abel, in this moment, resting in the peace of the garden, his presence remembered and honored in the quiet balance of life. The garden itself seems to cradle his memory. Every stream, every tree, every rustling leaf, a gentle testament to the value of care, humility, and harmony. As you lie here, breathing softly, let your mind float with the imagery of this story. Picture the gentle rivers, the swaying trees, the soft grass, the birds' quiet songs, and the slowly moving animals. Let the lessons of Cain and Abel, the awareness of consequence, the gentle weight of choices, the need for humility and reflection settle softly in your heart. Your thoughts slow, your body relaxes, and your mind drifts gently toward peaceful rest. Even in the midst of the first human tragedy, there is calmness to be found. Imagine the soft evening light spreading across the garden, the shadows lengthening gently, the air cooling, the world breathing softly in quiet rhythm. Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel, their experiences are gentle echoes that remind us of balance, growth, and the subtle unfolding of understanding. Let this understanding wrap around you like a warm, soft blanket, encouraging your body to sink further into your bed and your mind to drift deeper into serenity. And now, dear friend, as the garden settles into quiet twilight, feel the gentle pulse of life all around you. The first lessons of human choice, awareness, and responsibility are embedded in the calm rhythm of the world. Let this rhythm carry you forward, your thoughts softening, your breathing deepening, your mind drifting further into the gentle flow of rest and sleep. The story of Cain and Abel, though marked by sorrow, is also filled with quiet reflection, gentle learning, and the serene continuity of life itself. Let this calm understanding fill your heart, dear friend, as you prepare to drift into deeper rest. The garden, the rivers, the trees, the animals, and the quiet presence of humanity remain with you, guiding you towards sleep, serenity, and soft, restorative dreams. Humanity multiplies. Welcome back, dear friend, as you settle even deeper into the softness of your bed. Feel the quiet rhythm of your breath guiding you gently into relaxation. The stories of Eden, of choices and first lessons, remain in your mind like a soft melody. And now we turn to the next chapter, the spreading of humanity, the gentle unfolding of generations, and the slow, steady flow of life across the earth. Picture the world beyond the quiet garden. The earth has grown larger, stretching its plains, hills, and rivers in soft expanses. The light of the sun spreads evenly across the land, touching forests, mountains, and valleys, filling them with warmth and gentle calm. Humanity, beginning with Adam and Eve, is no longer alone. Their children grow, learn, and form families, each life flowing gently into the next, creating a subtle web of connection and continuity across the world. Imagine the first children of Adam and Eve moving softly through the land, learning the ways of life from the rhythms of the earth itself. The soil beneath their feet, rich and nurturing, responds to their steps. Streams flow steadily beside them, their quiet melodies guiding young minds into awareness of the world. Birds sing in the trees above, calling softly to one another, their songs blending into a tranquil harmony. Every element of creation is alive, yet calm, teaching, shaping, and supporting the growth of the first humans in subtle, quiet ways. As the generations continue, families expand. Picture the children of Cain and Abel, though their lives follow different paths, moving across the earth, finding fertile soil to work, pastures to tend, rivers to drink from. The land itself seems to stretch and accommodate them, valleys opening gently, hills rolling smoothly, forests providing shelter, and the sky above remaining wide and serene. Humanity begins to multiply, not in haste, not in chaos, but in a quiet, natural rhythm, each life blending seamlessly with the steady pulse of the world around it. With multiplication comes the gentle weaving of skills and labor. Some people, like Cain, work the land, planting crops and tending soil with patient hands. Imagine the soft texture of earth in their fingers, the careful planting of seeds, the quiet anticipation as tiny sprouts emerge in the gentle sunlight. Others, like Abel, tend flocks and animals, learning their quiet behaviors, guiding them across soft pastures, feeling the rhythm of life and the gentle connection between caretaker and creature. Every act, no matter how small, carries purpose and contributes to the soft unfolding of civilization in harmony with the earth. As humanity spreads, imagine the subtle growth of towns and villages, small clusters of dwellings nestled beside rivers or among trees. Smoke rises gently from fires, carrying a soft, comforting scent that mingles with the fragrance of the earth and the flowers nearby. People speak quietly to one another, teaching their children, sharing stories, learning skills, and passing knowledge gently from one generation to the next. The world, though populated, remains calm and ordered, a tapestry of life, expanding without haste or harshness, each thread contributing to the harmony of existence. Notice how culture and skill begin to blossom in quiet, gentle ways. Some learn to craft tools from stone and wood, shaping their environment with patience and care. Others begin to sing soft songs, their voices blending with the sound of rivers, wind, and birds. Every new skill, every gentle innovation adds to the quiet rhythm of life, creating a soft, intricate harmony that supports the continuation of humanity across the land. Imagine children learning these skills, walking slowly beside their parents, absorbing knowledge and wisdom like water soaking into fertile soil. Each lesson a gentle ripple across the calm surface of life. As families grow, the landscape of the earth itself changes softly. Valleys are tilled, streams are used to nourish crops, small paths wind through forests, connecting villages. Yet, despite the expansion, the rhythm of the world remains gentle. The sun rises, and sets steadily. The moon glides across the night sky, and the stars twinkle softly above, reflecting a timeless harmony that embraces the multiplying human families. Every movement, every breath, every quiet act contributes to the continuity of life, weaving the expanding tapestry of humanity into the calm embrace of creation. Within this multiplication of humanity, the lessons of life are quietly reinforced. Choices matter, just as they did with Cain and Abel. Actions ripple outward, affecting not only the individual, but the family, the village, and the land itself. Imagine a gentle stream flowing through a valley, carrying water to each plant, each tree, each creature. A single stone dropped into the stream creates ripples, subtle yet noticeable. Humanity grows like that, each life influencing the others, each action contributing to the ever unfolding rhythm of existence. In this quiet expansion, the world remains alive with soft, subtle energy. Animals continue their peaceful movements, rivers flow gently, wind whispers through the trees, and the earth itself seems to breathe. Humanity, now multiplied, learns to live in harmony with these rhythms, observing, adapting, and growing alongside the steady pulse of creation. The lessons of trust, responsibility, and awareness continue to be woven into daily life, like threads in a soft, enduring tapestry. Picture the evening now, dear friend, as the day slows gently into twilight. Families gather beside softly glowing fires, the smell of cooking mingling with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Children listen to stories told by parents, absorbing lessons of patience, care, and quiet reflection. The rivers reflect the fading light. The wind moves softly across the grass, and the animals settle into calm rest. The entire world hums with a serene energy, a steady rhythm of life that supports growth, learning, and peaceful coexistence. As you lie in your bed, imagine yourself walking among these early human families. Feel the soft grass beneath your feet. Hear the gentle laughter and quiet voices. Sense the subtle energy of learning and growth surrounding you. Let your mind drift slowly with these images, noticing the calm, steady rhythm of life expanding across the earth. With each breath, feel yourself more deeply relaxed, your thoughts softening, your body sinking comfortably into rest. The story of humanity multiplying is not just about numbers or movement. It is about rhythm, connection, and the steady unfolding of life in harmony with creation. Each new life, each family, each quiet act contributes to a larger whole, creating a tapestry of calm, beauty, and enduring presence. Let this thought fill your mind as you prepare for deeper rest. Life continues gently, lessons unfold quietly, and the rhythm of creation carries us all in its steady, soothing embrace. Now, dear friend, as the world rests in the calm of twilight, feel the gentle presence of early humanity stretching across the land. The rivers flow, the trees sway softly, the animals move quietly, and the families sleep peacefully, surrounded by the quiet abundance of creation. Let your own breath synchronize with this calm rhythm, slowing, softening, guiding you into deeper relaxation. The gentle pulse of life multiplied across generations, carries you softly toward sleep, serenity, and dreams filled with harmony and calm. The flood and Noah's ark welcome back, dear friend. As you nestle deeper into your bed, feel the soft embrace of your sheets, the gentle weight of your body, and the steady rhythm of your breathing. Imagine the world of early humanity continuing to unfold, its landscapes stretching across plains and forests, rivers flowing calmly, and life moving slowly with purpose. In this next chapter, we encounter a story of change, renewal, and quiet reflection. The story of Noah, the flood, and the careful preservation of life. Long after humanity began to multiply across the earth, the world, though still beautiful, had begun to carry subtle shadows. People's choices, their actions, and their hearts had shifted away from the gentle rhythm of creation. Imagine communities growing, voices rising, and the quiet harmony of the earth disturbed by selfishness, discord, and unkindness. Yet, even in the midst of this imbalance, there remained hope, a quiet thread of goodness woven through life, a presence that would guide and protect those attuned to it. Among humanity lived Noah, a man of calm spirit, integrity, and deep awareness of the quiet presence of the Creator. Picture him walking through soft fields, observing the animals grazing peacefully, the rivers reflecting the warm sunlight, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. Noah is attentive, patient, and kind, noticing the world around him with care, listening to the whispers of life and the subtle rhythms of the earth. He feels a deep connection to the balance of creation, understanding both its beauty and the importance of preserving it. God, observing the world, recognizes the growing imbalance and chooses to guide it toward renewal. Imagine the Creator speaking to Noah, not with fear or anger, but with calm instruction, outlining a plan to save the harmony of life. Noah is given careful directions to build an ark, a large, sturdy vessel designed to hold life through a coming flood. Picture Noah setting to work, measuring, cutting, and assembling the timbers with patient hands. Each piece of wood fits together carefully, forming a structure strong and reliable, capable of sheltering life through the challenges to come. The ark itself is vast, its interior arranged to house animals of every kind. Picture the gentle rhythm of Noah's work as he prepares for the creatures, imagining cages and pens soft enough to be safe, yet spacious enough for comfort. Streams of light filter through small openings, illuminating the quiet interior where every detail is arranged with care. Noah, his family assisting, moves calmly among the preparations, organizing, labeling, and planning. Every action is thoughtful, deliberate, and full of purpose. Once the ark is ready, Noah gathers the animals, guided by the subtle presence of the Creator. Imagine a gentle parade of creatures moving toward the ark, lions with their soft fur glinting in the sunlight, elephants lumbering slowly with quiet majesty, birds of every hue fluttering lightly into carefully prepared perches. Even the smallest creatures, rabbits, squirrels, tiny insects, find their places, moving as if the world itself nudges them gently toward safety. Noah observes, guides, and cares for each life with patience, reverence, and steady calm, ensuring that all are sheltered for the journey ahead. And then the rains begin. At first, soft drops fall, tapping gently on the roof of the ark, creating a rhythmic, calming sound. Gradually, the rain strengthens, filling the rivers and streams, nourishing the earth, but also signaling a time of transition. Imagine the water rising steadily, covering the valleys and plains, moving with a soft, unrelenting persistence. The ark floats gently atop the floodwaters, rocking slightly, but strong and secure, carrying life safely through this profound change. Inside the ark, there is quiet, rhythmic life. The animals move calmly, finding comfort in their spaces. Noah and his family tend to them carefully, feeding, guiding, and watching over them with steady attention. Picture the soft rustle of fur and feathers, the gentle sounds of creatures breathing, walking, or calling to one another. There is no panic here, no chaos, only the steady, nurturing rhythm of life, continuing amid the floodwaters. Days and nights pass slowly. The flood continues, reshaping the landscape, cleansing the world gently, allowing space for renewal. The ark drifts over vast waters, and Noah observes the steady, calm presence of the Creator, knowing that this time is not only one of preservation, but also of transformation. Imagine him looking out from the ark, the soft reflection of the sky on the water, the rain falling steadily, creating a gentle, hypnotic sound that merges with the quiet breathing of the creatures inside. After many days, the rain ceases and the waters begin to recede. Imagine the soft shifting of water, the emergence of hills and mountains, the gentle reappearance of land beneath the ark. Noah releases a raven first, watching as it flies across the water, circling softly and returning, followed later by a dove, which brings back a fresh olive leaf, a quiet, serene symbol that life can return to the earth, and that balance is being restored. Finally, the ark rests on a high mountain, and the animals begin to leave, stepping slowly onto solid ground. Imagine the soft padding of paws, the gentle flap of wings, the delicate murmur of life re-entering the world. Noah and his family emerge, taking in the renewed landscape, fertile soil, softly flowing rivers, green hills, and trees ready to bloom again. The earth is quiet, calm, and full of promise, a testament to careful preservation, patience, and the gentle guidance of a higher presence. Noah offers a quiet prayer of gratitude, acknowledging the continuity of life and the gentle lessons of the flood. Imagine the warmth of sunlight on his face, the soft breeze rustling the leaves, the gentle songs of birds in the trees, and the murmuring of rivers flowing steadily through the land. The world is restored, not in haste, but in calm, deliberate rhythm, allowing life to continue, nurtured by care, intention, and the enduring presence of creation. And now, dear friend, as you imagine the gentle aftermath of the flood, allow yourself to feel the steady rhythm of renewal, Picture the world stretching peacefully before you. Soft hills, flowing rivers, animals moving quietly across the land, and humanity beginning again, walking gently, learning the lessons of patience, care, and responsibility. The ark is a memory, a quiet symbol of protection and guidance, and the earth itself hums with calm, enduring life. Let this serene vision fill your mind as your breathing slows, your body relaxes, and your thoughts drift gently. The story of Noah and the flood is not one of fear, but of gentle preservation, renewal, and the calm, steady guidance that carries life through challenges and toward restoration. Imagine the soft light of the sun glinting off water droplets on leaves, the murmuring of a nearby river, the rustle of animals returning to their habitats, all part of a world that continues in quiet harmony. As you lie here, dear friend, let the rhythm of this story carry you toward deeper rest. Feel the calm pulse of life, the steady continuity of creation, the gentle lessons of care and preservation, and the quiet presence of guidance that watches over all. Your mind softens, your body sinks further into comfort, and the gentle imagery of life returning to the earth lulls you toward peaceful sleep. God's covenant with Noah. Welcome back, dear friend. As you settle deeper into your bed, let the softness of your sheets and the gentle rhythm of your breathing carry you into calmness. The story of Noah and the ark rests gently in your mind, a serene memory of preservation, patience, and renewal. Now, we turn to the next chapter, the covenant between God and Noah, a promise of hope, continuity, and quiet assurance for the world. Imagine the earth emerging from the floodwaters, fresh and renewed, bathed in soft sunlight. Hills rise gently, rivers flow clearly, and the air carries the faint fragrance of wet soil and budding plants. The animals, released from the ark, step carefully onto the land, their paws, hooves, and claws making soft impressions on the fertile ground. Noah and his family move slowly among them, feeling the gentle warmth of the sun, the soft texture of the grass beneath their feet, and the quiet rhythm of life that surrounds them. In this calm, restored world, God speaks to Noah with gentle authority, not in loud command, but in steady, guiding presence. Imagine the words as soft currents flowing through the air, carrying reassurance and the weight of promise. God blesses Noah and his family, inviting them to be fruitful and multiply, to walk gently upon the earth, and to care for all living creatures with love and attentiveness. Every word is a calm instruction, full of purpose and intention, echoing softly in the renewed stillness of the world. Then comes the covenant, a promise made with a symbol, both simple and profound. The rainbow. Picture the first rainbow stretching across the sky after the rains, its colors soft yet vivid, blending gently from one hue to the next. Each color flows seamlessly into the next, a visual lullaby that captures the quiet beauty of creation. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Each band of color is a soft reminder of the enduring promise that life will continue, that the earth will not again be destroyed by flood, and that the rhythms of creation remain intact. Noah gazes at the rainbow, feeling the gentle warmth of its assurance. Imagine standing there with him, your own eyes tracing the soft arch of color, letting its quiet message sink deeply into your mind. This is not a promise made in haste or fear, but in calm reflection, in careful foresight, and in love. The rainbow arches over the earth like a gentle bridge, connecting sky and land, past and future, reminder and reality. It is a lullaby of hope, a gentle song of continuity, a soft, enduring presence that reassures both humanity and the natural world. As the covenant is established, Noah and his family begin to walk slowly through the renewed land. Imagine them observing the earth as it breathes gently beneath the soft sunlight, rivers flowing with quiet rhythm, trees swaying gently, flowers blooming in delicate clusters, and animals moving with ease and calm. Each step they take is deliberate, attentive, full of awareness and care. The covenant is not just a promise in the sky. It is lived in every action, every choice, and every interaction with the world around them. Noah begins to teach his family the lessons of the covenant, guiding them with gentle wisdom. Imagine him speaking softly beside a calm river, his words echoing in the tranquil landscape. Respect for life, awareness of choices, patience in labor, and reverence for the steady rhythm of creation. The children listen quietly, absorbing lessons as naturally as they breathe, their minds settling into the calm understanding that life, even after chaos, can flow steadily when guided by care, responsibility, and gentle intention. The earth, newly washed and refreshed, carries the quiet energy of renewal everywhere. Hillsides are soft and green. Rivers sing melodious lullabies as they flow past fields and forests, and the air is alive with the gentle hum of life. Birds perch in trees, calling softly to one another. Insects move delicately among flowers, and animals roam in calm harmony. Humanity, guided by Noah's teaching and the quiet assurance of the covenant, moves through this landscape with mindfulness, integrating the lessons of patience, responsibility, and respect for the continuity of life. Imagine evenings in this renewed world. The sun sets slowly, casting long, gentle shadows across the land, painting the sky with soft pinks, purples, and golds. Noah and his family gather near a quiet fire, the smell of wood smoke mingling with the fragrance of fresh vegetation. Stories of the past, lessons of patience and care, and the promise of the rainbow are shared softly, their voices calm and rhythmic. The gentle flicker of the fire reflects in the eyes of the listeners, a visual echo of the steady warmth of the covenant. And when night falls, the earth is quiet. Stars twinkle softly above, each one a small, serene presence in the vast sky. The rivers move quietly, The wind rustles through the trees, and animals settle into rest. Noah and his family lie down under the gentle canopy of the night, feeling the steady pulse of life around them, reassured by the covenant and embraced by the calm rhythm of the world. The rainbow, now a memory etched softly in the mind, serves as a gentle reminder that life is resilient, protected, and guided by quiet assurance. The covenant of God with Noah is more than a promise of protection. It is a lullaby of continuity, patience, and care. Picture it as a soft light within your own mind, a gentle arch of color that carries understanding and calm. Life moves forward, not in chaos, but in measured steps, guided by awareness, choice, and the steady rhythms of creation. Every breath, every heartbeat, every quiet action is connected to this gentle covenant, weaving a soft thread of stability and serenity through the fabric of the world. Now, dear friend, as your body sinks deeper into the comfort of your bed and your mind drifts softly, let the image of the rainbow linger. See the soft colors stretching across the sky. Feel the quiet reassurance of the covenant. Hear the gentle flow of rivers, the rustle of trees, and the calm murmurs of animals returning to rest. Let these images guide you toward deeper relaxation, slow breathing, and a peaceful, restorative sleep. The story of God's covenant with Noah reminds us that even after change, chaos, or challenge, life continues in gentle rhythm, guided by care, intention, and quiet assurance. Let this calm understanding fill your heart and mind as you drift further into the serene embrace of night, carrying the soft promise of continuity, renewal, and harmony into your dreams. The Tower of Babel, welcome back, dear friend, as you settle deeper into the comforting embrace of your bed. Feel the rhythm of your breathing guiding you toward calm. Imagine the world after the flood, renewed, fertile, and quiet. Humanity has spread across the land, families and communities growing steadily, living with the gentle awareness of the covenant. And yet, the world still carries the quiet lessons of humility and harmony that must be remembered. In this chapter, we explore the story of the Tower of Babel, a tale of ambition, unity, and the gentle lessons of understanding one another. Picture the land gently stretching across plains, valleys, and rivers, communities forming in clusters, homes built from both clay and stone, and fields carefully tended. People speak to one another softly as they work, sharing knowledge and skills, teaching children the rhythms of life and the harmony of creation. The air carries the fragrance of tilled soil, blooming flowers, and the subtle smoke of cooking fires. The world feels alive, but calm, moving steadily in a gentle, measured rhythm. In one community, imagine people gathered, speaking with excitement about building a structure that reaches toward the sky, a tower so tall that it might touch the heavens. The idea is not born of chaos, but of pride and ambition, a subtle desire to make their mark upon the world. Picture the architects and workers moving carefully, shaping bricks from soft clay, baking them gently in the warmth of the sun, and stacking them with care and precision. Each brick fits neatly, each layer balanced, creating a tower that rises slowly, steadily, yet also carries the quiet weight of human intention. As the tower grows, the people work in unison, speaking the same language, sharing instructions clearly, and moving with remarkable coordination. Imagine the soft rhythm of hammers tapping, the gentle clatter of bricks, and the muted voices of workers calling instructions and encouragement to one another. There is harmony in their effort, yet underlying it is a subtle tension, a desire to reach beyond what has been given, to elevate themselves in a way that is separate from the quiet guidance and intention of the Creator. God observes this work, the calm yet deliberate construction of the tower, and sees the gentle challenge of ambition mingled with pride. Rather than stopping the workers with force or anger, God chooses a quiet intervention, subtle yet profound. Imagine the soft, invisible weaving of understanding through the community, a gentle shift in the air, a new layer of awareness touching each mind. Suddenly, the once shared language becomes varied, voices speaking different words, instructions no longer clear, understanding now divided. The community, though still working, experiences a gentle confusion, a quiet dispersal of energy that slows progress and softens ambition. The Tower of Babel, which had begun as a symbol of unity and shared purpose, now becomes a lesson in humility and perspective. People are gently scattered across the earth, moving to different regions, carrying with them their languages, cultures, and skills. Imagine the soft unfolding of communities in valleys, on hillsides, and beside rivers, each group adjusting to new surroundings, learning new ways to communicate, cooperate, and thrive. Though the work of the tower halts, life continues steadily, quietly, and with new richness in diversity. Picture the subtle beauty of this scattering. New languages carry songs, prayers, and stories that flow differently, like streams moving through varied landscapes. Children grow, learning these new words, feeling the gentle rhythm of their community, adapting, thriving, and creating new ways to interact with the earth and each other. The soft textures of fields, rivers, and forests remain the same, yet humanity's experience of them now carries new depth, shaped by the gentle variety of culture and speech. The lesson of Babel is not harsh or frightening. It is soft, reflective, and enduring. Imagine standing among these communities, feeling the calm flow of life continuing, noticing that even in dispersal, the earth remains abundant, the rivers steady, the skies clear, and the sun warming the land with consistent rhythm. Every choice, every intention, every moment of pride or humility shapes the world gently, creating the subtle patterns of diversity and connection that weave through human life. In the evenings, imagine families gathered around fires, the air filled with soft stories, songs, and reflections. Though they speak different languages now, the lessons of care, patience, and cooperation endure, carried softly in gestures, shared labor, and the gentle rhythm of daily life. The stars rise above, twinkling serenely, reflecting the quiet continuity of creation, reminding humanity of the steady, underlying presence of the divine, even amid change and dispersal. As night settles, rivers move quietly, animals rest in their shelters, and the wind rustles through trees with gentle calm. Imagine yourself walking slowly among these scattered communities, observing the quiet lessons of Babel: humility, patience, awareness, and the enduring rhythm of life that continues across the earth, even as humans navigate challenges, differences, and ambitions. Let these gentle reflections fill your mind, slowing your thoughts, softening your awareness, and preparing you for restful sleep. The story of the Tower of Babel carries a calm and enduring truth. Unity and ambition are valuable, but humility, patience, and attentiveness to the larger rhythms of life are essential. Imagine this lesson settling softly in your heart like a gentle glow, soft light of awareness that guides you through your own quiet choices and interactions with the world. Now, dear friend, as the night deepens, let your breath align with the gentle rhythm of life unfolding across the earth. Picture rivers flowing, trees swaying softly, animals resting, and humans moving peacefully through their new communities. Let the story of Babel, with its subtle lessons and gentle dispersal, wrap around your mind like a soft blanket, easing your thoughts and carrying you toward serene, restorative sleep. The call of Abraham. Welcome back, dear friend. As you settle even deeper into your bed, feel the steady rhythm of your breath, the soft weight of your body, and the gentle embrace of your sheets. Imagine the world after the scattering at Babel, lands filled with diverse languages, cultures, and communities, each moving with its own quiet rhythm set across the vast, gentle earth. In this chapter, we meet Abraham, a man whose life marks a subtle yet profound turn in the story of humanity, guided by trust, patience, and the quiet call of destiny. Picture Abraham living in the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, under skies so wide and blue they seem endless. The soft sun warms his skin as he moves among flocks and fields, observing the gentle rhythms of life, the sheep grazing slowly, streams reflecting sunlight, the trees swaying lightly in the wind. There is calm in every breath of air, serenity in every step, and a quiet sense of purpose resting lightly upon his shoulders. Abraham is attentive, reflective, and open to the subtle whispers of the Creator that move gently through the world around him. One day, the voice of God comes to Abraham, not as a thunderclap, not as an urgent command, but as a quiet, steady presence, like a soft breeze brushing across his face, a gentle whisper flowing with the rhythm of life. Leave your country, your people, and your father's house. The words flow gently into his awareness. Imagine Abraham pausing, feeling the calm weight of this call, sensing the quiet invitation to trust and step into the unknown, to move with purpose into a life guided by faith and attentive care. Imagine the journey as Abraham begins it, leaving familiar hills, streams, and villages behind. He travels slowly, steadily, with family and flocks moving alongside him, each step measured, deliberate, full of gentle awareness. The lands he passes are soft and expansive, with rivers winding through fertile plains, the sun casting a warm glow over the gentle slopes of hills, and forests offering shade and quiet solace. Every moment of travel is a meditation, a quiet immersion in the rhythms of the world and the steady guidance that flows through him. Abraham walks through valleys and across plains, observing the earth with reverent attention. Animals graze nearby, rivers move with gentle music, and the wind carries subtle scents of flowers, soil, and vegetation. With each step, he deepens his connection to the Creator, feeling the quiet assurance that he is guided along this path. His trust is calm, not hurried, a slow acceptance of responsibility, change, and the promise that awaits. During the journey, Abraham receives further guidance, promises that his descendants will be as numerous as the stars in the sky, that his family will inherit the lands they travel toward, and that through him all nations will be blessed. Picture him sitting at twilight beneath a tree, gazing up at the stars emerging softly above him. One by one, they twinkle in quiet brilliance, reflecting the infinite possibilities of life and the gentle unfolding of destiny. Each star is like a soft lullaby, carrying calm assurance that Abraham's trust and patience will be honored, that the rhythm of life continues steadily, even through uncertainty. Imagine Abraham speaking to his family, sharing the quiet lessons of this journey. They walk together through fertile lands, tend flocks, plant crops, and rest by soft rivers, absorbing lessons of patience, trust, and harmony. Each step, each gentle decision is part of the larger rhythm of life and faith. Abraham teaches not through force or urgency, but through calm example, guiding his family with steady hands and reflective hearts. Abraham also encounters moments of testing and subtle challenge. Imagine him pausing at a distant hill, feeling the weight of decisions, uncertainty whispering softly like the wind through the grass. Yet he remains steady, grounded in faith, aware of the quiet presence of guidance surrounding him. These challenges are not frightening, but gentle reminders that life unfolds with patience and that trust in the quiet currents of destiny is essential. As the journey continues, Abraham moves through different lands, interacting with communities along the way. Imagine small villages, soft rivers, animals grazing, fields of crops swaying in gentle breezes. Abraham treats each encounter with care and awareness, his words calm, his actions deliberate, fostering respect and peaceful relationships. The earth responds in quiet balance to his presence, offering fertile soil, gentle weather, and abundance to sustain him and his family. The story of Abraham is also about the intimate connection between human choice and divine guidance. Imagine him resting by a river, feeling the sun's warmth, listening to the soft murmur of water, reflecting on the subtle rhythms of life and the careful unfolding of his journey. His path is one of trust, patience, and attentiveness, demonstrating that even in the unknown, calm awareness and gentle faith can guide one steadily forward. Evenings on the journey are serene. Imagine Abraham and his family gathered by a softly glowing fire. The air carries the gentle fragrance of burning wood, mingled with the earth's natural scent. After a warm day, the stars above twinkle quietly, each one a reminder of the promise made to him. Families rest, animals sleep peacefully nearby, and the world moves with gentle rhythm, echoing the steady trust Abraham embodies. Abraham's story reminds us, dear friend, that life often calls us to step into the unknown, yet with calm trust, awareness, and patience, each step can be gentle, deliberate, and filled with quiet purpose. Imagine this trust settling softly in your heart like a gentle warmth that spreads with each breath, carrying calm, steady assurance throughout your body and mind. Now, dear friend, as night deepens and your body relaxes fully, picture Abraham walking under the soft glow of moonlight, the stars twinkling above like quiet lanterns guiding his path. His family follows, animals grazing nearby, rivers flowing gently, trees swaying softly in the breeze. The rhythm of the earth, the calm guidance of the Creator, and Abraham's trust combine to create a serene, steady flow of life. Let this gentle vision guide your thoughts to slow, your breath to deepen, and your mind to drift into restful sleep. The call of Abraham is a story of trust, patience, and harmony with the steady rhythms of life. Let it settle in your heart as you drift, carrying calm, restorative energy and quiet assurance into your dreams. Abraham and Isaac, welcome back, dear friend. You are lying here, safe and warm, listening to the gentle flow of a story that has echoed across generations. Let your breathing soften, let your body grow heavier, and let your mind open, slowly, calmly, to the story of Abraham and his beloved son Isaac. This is a chapter of trust, of gentle testing, and of the quiet assurance that faith, though often mysterious, carries a steady rhythm that guides us. Abraham, now older, had walked many miles, crossed rivers and plains, and watched the stars countless nights. Remembering God's promises, he had heard that his descendants would be as numerous as the stars in the sky and as plentiful as the grains of sand on the shore. Yet for many long years, he and Sarah, his wife, had no child of their own. Imagine the quiet ache of longing in their hearts as they moved through the rhythms of daily life, feeding animals, tending fields, sharing simple meals, yet always feeling the soft emptiness of waiting. Then, at last, Isaac was born, the child of laughter, the child of promise, born when Sarah was well past the age of childbearing. His very life felt like a soft miracle, a whisper of joy carried by the gentle wind. Imagine Sarah cradling him in her arms, rocking him beneath the glow of morning sunlight, her laughter spilling softly into the air as she marveled that she, once barren, now held the child of promise. Isaac's presence filled their tents with warmth and music, his laughter carrying into the evenings, his small steps echoing against the earth as he grew. Isaac was the embodiment of God's promise, the living answer to Abraham's prayers, the gentle reminder that faith and patience bring blessings in their season. Abraham loved him dearly. Every glance, at Isaac's smiling face, every laugh that bubbled from his lips, every curious question the boy asked felt like a soft light shining upon Abraham's heart. His love was steady, deep, and full, just as any parent's love for their child would be. And then, one quiet day, God spoke to Abraham again. The voice was not harsh, not frightening, but steady, clear, and weighty. Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the land of Moriah. Offer him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. Imagine Abraham's stillness as he heard these words, a slow breath, a silence that stretched across the air around him. His heart, heavy with love for Isaac, now held a test unlike any other, a call to trust beyond understanding, to surrender what was most precious to him. Yet Abraham did not argue, did not resist. He rose early the next morning, saddled his donkey, split wood for the offering, and began the journey with Isaac at his side. Picture the quiet dawn as they set out, the sun barely rising, casting soft, golden light across the hills. Isaac walks beside Abraham, innocent and curious, his steps light upon the earth. Two servants follow with the donkey carrying supplies. The air is cool, filled with birdsong and the gentle rustle of wind in the trees. Abraham's face is calm, but within his heart is a storm of love, pain, and faith intertwined. For 3 days they travel. Imagine the rhythm of their footsteps upon dirt paths, the creak of leather straps, the quiet lowing of the donkey. Nights are spent under the stars, fires crackling softly as Isaac lies beside him, asking questions, laughing, unaware of the weight upon his father's shoulders. Abraham gazes into the flames, his eyes reflecting both sorrow and steadfast trust, silently praying for strength. On the third day, Abraham looks up and sees the mountain in the distance. He stops, tells the servants to remain behind, and places the wood upon Isaac's shoulders. Isaac, strong and young, carries it without complaint. Abraham holds the fire and the knife in his hands. Together, they climb the slope in silence. Then Isaac speaks, his voice soft, puzzled, innocent. Father? Abraham answers, Yes, my son? Isaac continues, The fire and wood are here, but where is the lamb for the offering? Pause. With Abraham in that moment, imagine the weight in his chest, the tenderness of his love, and the quiet depth of his faith. His answer flows gently, calmly, a whisper of trust carried in the wind. God himself will provide the lamb, my son. At the top of the mountain, Abraham builds an altar. He arranges the wood carefully, each piece placed with deliberate gentleness. Then, with hands both trembling and steady, he turns to Isaac. Isaac trusts his father. He does not resist as he is bound and placed upon the altar. His eyes look to Abraham with quiet trust. The bond between father and son, deeper than words, carried in silence, carried in love. Abraham raises the knife. The world seems to hold its breath. The sky is vast and still, the wind hushed, the moment heavy with the weight of faith and surrender. Then suddenly, softly, a voice calls from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. He pauses, lowering the knife, his heart pounding. "Here I am," he replies, and the voice continues, "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not harm him. Now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." Imagine Abraham's relief, his breath releasing, his hands lowering, his eyes filling with tears of gratitude. He unties Isaac, embracing him tightly, feeling the warmth and life of his son against him. Then Abraham looks up and sees a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. Slowly, gently, he takes the ram and offers it in Isaac's place. The altar is filled with the smoke of sacrifice, the air carrying the fragrance upward, a symbol of trust, faith, and provision. Abraham names the place, "The Lord will provide," and from that moment, the quiet assurance is carried through generations that God sees, that God provides, and that faith, though tested, is never forgotten. As they descend the mountain, Isaac walks beside Abraham once more. The sky stretches wide above them, the air filled with birdsong again, the earth calm beneath their feet. Father and son walk together, their bond deeper than before, their steps lighter, their hearts wrapped in quiet assurance. This story, dear friend, is not one of cruelty, but of trust, a reminder that faith is sometimes tested in ways we do not understand, yet provision comes softly, unexpectedly, and always with love. It tells us that even in the heaviest moments, we are not alone. There is guidance, there is provision, there is quiet assurance that life moves with purpose and care. Now, dear friend, as you rest, imagine Abraham and Isaac walking away from the mountain. The soft wind brushes their faces, the sun warms their backs, and the path stretches gently before them. They are together, safe, and deeply connected. Imagine yourself walking alongside them, feeling the calm rhythm of their steps, the steady beat of trust and provision echoing softly within your heart. Let this story settle over you like a soft blanket. Feel its calm lessons sink into your body and mind. That trust carries you through uncertainty. That provision comes even when all seems lost. That love is the thread that binds all moments together. And as you breathe slowly, deeply, let the image of father and son walking peacefully down the mountain carry you further into rest. The fire of their trial has passed, and in its place is the steady glow of faith fulfilled. Jacob and Esau, welcome back, dear friend. You are safe here, resting softly, your breath slow and calm, your body sinking deeper into the comfort of your bed. Tonight, we continue the story, following Abraham's line into the lives of his descendants, and now we meet Jacob and Esau, two brothers whose story flows with themes of birth, rivalry, forgiveness, and the mysterious ways the Creator shapes destinies. Picture the world after Abraham's time. His son Isaac has grown into a man of quiet strength, tending fields and flocks, guided by the lessons of faith his father passed down. Isaac's wife, Rebekah, prays for children, and her prayers are answered with twins. Even before their birth, she feels them stirring, wrestling within her. She seeks guidance, and the word comes softly to her heart. Two nations are in your womb. Two peoples will emerge, and the older will serve the younger. Imagine the scene of their birth. Esau is born first, red and covered in hair, strong and rugged. Jacob follows, grasping his brother's heel, as though unwilling to let go, as though already reaching for something beyond. This small detail, this gentle image of a hand clutching a heel, becomes a symbol of Jacob's life, always reaching, always striving, always seeking what lies ahead. The brothers grow up side by side, yet their differences are clear. Esau, the elder, loves the open fields. He is a hunter, skilled with bow and arrow, moving swiftly through forests and hills, his body strong, his spirit bold. Imagine him returning from the hunt, carrying game over his shoulders, his skin touched by the sun, his voice filled with the vitality of the wild. Isaac loves him dearly, perhaps because Esau reminds him of the untamed strength of the earth, the vigor of a life lived close to the wilderness. Jacob, by contrast, is quiet and thoughtful. He prefers the tents, the hearth, the quiet rhythms of daily life. He learns to cook, to tend the flocks, to move with patience and care. His mind is quick, clever, always observing, always thinking. Rebecca loves him dearly, perhaps because she senses in him a destiny yet unseen, a subtle wisdom that whispers of promises unfolding. One day, Esau returns from the hunt exhausted and hungry. His body is heavy with weariness, his stomach aching with emptiness. He finds Jacob at the fire, stirring a pot of lentil stew, the aroma rich and comforting, curling softly into the air. Esau asks for some. Jacob, clever as always, sees an opportunity. He replies softly, "Sell me your birthright." Pause and picture this moment. The older brother, tired, worn, desperate for food, and the younger brother, calm, deliberate, aware of what he asks. Esau laughs, dismissing the seriousness of it. What good is a birthright to me if I die of hunger? And so, in exchange for a simple bowl of stew, Esau gives Jacob his birthright, the honor of being firstborn, the inheritance of blessing and leadership. Imagine Jacob handing him the stew, the warm aroma filling the air, the taste comforting to Esau's tired body. Yet within this simple exchange lies a shift of destiny, subtle and quiet, like the turning of a river's current. Beneath the surface, time passes. Isaac grows older, his eyes dim with age. He feels the weight of years pressing gently upon him and knows his time is short. He calls for Esau, the firstborn, and asks him to hunt game, prepare a meal, and bring it to him, so that he may bless him before he dies. Esau sets out into the fields, his bow in hand, his steps strong. Rebekah hears Isaac's words. She remembers the promise spoken to her before the twins' birth, that the younger would be blessed above the elder. She calls Jacob, whispers her plan, to prepare a meal quickly, to cover Jacob's arms and neck with goat skins so he feels like Esau, and to present him before Isaac to receive the blessing. Jacob hesitates, afraid, uncertain, but Rebekah reassures him, her voice calm, determined, guiding him into this moment. Picture Jacob, dressed in his brother's clothes, the scent of the fields clinging to the fabric. Goat skins cover his arms, rough against his skin. He carries a dish of food to Isaac, whose sight is nearly gone, but whose ears and hands are still keen. Isaac calls him near. "Who are you, my son?" Jacob answers softly, "I am Esau, your firstborn." Isaac is cautious, uncertain. He reaches out, touches the goat skins, feels the roughness. He hears the voice, softer, gentler than Esau's, but the scent of the fields convinces him. He eats the meal, drinks the wine, and then lifts his hands in blessing. His words flow like a stream, steady and full of promise, that Jacob will have abundance, that nations will serve him, that his brothers will bow before him. Just as Jacob leaves, Esau returns from the hunt. He enters with his game, prepares it quickly, and brings it to Isaac. The truth unfolds, heavy and sharp. Isaac trembles, realizing he has already given the blessing. Esau cries out, his voice filled with anguish, "Bless me too, father. Have you only one blessing?" But Isaac's words are firm. The blessing once spoken cannot be taken back. Imagine Esau's sorrow, his grief spilling into the room like a heavy shadow. He vows in his heart that one day he will take revenge. Rebekah, sensing the danger, urges Jacob to flee, to travel to her brother Laban's household, far away until Esau's anger cools. And so Jacob sets out, leaving the tents of his father and mother, walking into the unknown, with only a staff in his hand and the blessing upon his shoulders. Picture Jacob on his first night of travel, lying on the earth with a stone for a pillow. The sky above is vast, stars scattered like diamonds across velvet. As he sleeps, he dreams. A ladder stretches from earth to heaven, and angels ascend and descend upon it. At the top stands the Lord, speaking softly, gently, promising Jacob that his descendants will be as numerous as the dust of the earth, that all nations will be blessed through him, and that God will never leave him. Jacob awakens with awe, whispering, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." He sets the stone upright, pours oil upon it, and names the place Bethel, house of God. This moment, this dream, assures him that his journey is not alone, that even in exile, even in fear, he is held by the quiet hand of providence. Time passes. Jacob will face many trials, work long years, wrestle with his own heart, and eventually reconcile with Esau in an embrace of forgiveness. But for now, as we rest in this part of the story, we hold the image of two brothers, so different, so human, woven into the fabric of a destiny larger than themselves. The story of Jacob and Esau, dear friend, is one of rivalry and reconciliation, of cleverness and strength, of choices made and promises fulfilled. It whispers to us that even in conflict, even in mistakes, the thread of destiny remains unbroken. There is room for grace, room for change, room for forgiveness that heals what once was torn. Now, as you rest, picture the quiet night sky Jacob gazed upon, stars glowing softly above, angels moving like gentle light across the heavens. Imagine the ladder stretching upward, a bridge between earth and sky, a reminder that the divine is never far, always near, always watching with calm and steady care. Let this vision settle in your mind, carrying you deeper into rest, deeper into peace. Breathe slowly, dear friend. The story continues, and so does your journey into sleep, where dreams may come softly, like angels, ascending and descending on a ladder of light. Jacob's dream and his journey. Welcome back, dear friend. You are safe here, wrapped in calm, listening to the flow of a story that is as old as time itself. Let your breathing slow. Let your body sink deeper into your bed. Imagine the stillness of night, the quiet hush of stars, and allow your heart to wander into the story of Jacob's journey, of his dream of heaven, his labor of love, and the way life unfolded for him far from home. Jacob had left his father's house. He had fled quickly, urged by his mother, because his brother Esau's anger was fierce. Behind him were the tents of his childhood, the fields he had walked, the hearth he had sat beside with his mother. Ahead of him was uncertainty, a land far away where his uncle Laban lived. His steps carried him forward, each mile stretching farther from the familiar and deeper into the unknown. Picture Jacob as he travels, staff in hand, cloak over his shoulders, the wilderness around him, wide and unyielding. The sun warms his back by day. By night, the air grows cool, and the stars light the heavens. His heart is heavy with thoughts of Esau's anger, of his father's fading eyes, of the blessing spoken over him. He does not yet know what awaits him in this new land, but he keeps walking, step by step, the earth firm beneath his feet. As night falls on his journey, Jacob grows weary. He finds a quiet place to rest. The ground is hard, the air still, and he chooses a stone for his pillow. Imagine him lying down, closing his eyes beneath the wide canopy of stars. The night is silent, the earth cradles him, and he drifts into sleep. And then he dreams. In his dream, he sees a ladder or a staircase rising from the earth all the way to heaven. Angels move upon it, ascending and descending in a calm rhythm, like light itself flowing between two realms. At the top of the ladder stands the Lord, radiant and steady, speaking directly to Jacob. The voice is calm, firm, and gentle all at once. I am the Lord, the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, I will give to you and to your descendants. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, spreading to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. Through you and your offspring, all peoples on earth will be blessed. I am with you. I will watch over you wherever you go. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised. Imagine Jacob standing in awe within his dream, his heart swelling with both wonder and comfort. He sees the ladder, the angels, the heavens opened. He feels the weight of the promise, the assurance that though he is alone on this journey, he is not abandoned. The Creator himself has spoken softly into his heart. When Jacob awakens, the morning light spills gently across the horizon. The stone beneath his head is cool. He sits up slowly, breath catching with awe. Surely the Lord is in this place, he whispers, and I did not know it. He takes the stone, sets it upright as a pillar, and pours oil upon it. He names the place Bethel, meaning house of God, and he makes a vow, promising that the Lord will be his God, and that from all that is given to him, he will return a portion back. This moment, dear friend, is a turning point for Jacob. He begins his journey with fear, but now he carries a promise. He continues walking with lighter steps, the blessing echoing softly in his heart. Days turn into weeks as Jacob travels until at last he comes to the land of his uncle Laban. There, near a well, he sees shepherds gathered, waiting to water their flocks. And there, too, he sees her, Rachel, Laban's daughter, tending her sheep. Imagine Jacob's eyes meeting hers, the quiet spark of recognition, the stirring of something deep and tender. He moves the heavy stone from the mouth of the well, waters her flock, and kisses her cheek, weeping with joy at finding family so far from home. Jacob is welcomed into Laban's household. He begins to work, tending the flocks with skill and patience, but his heart is fixed on Rachel. He loves her dearly, her presence like a light in his days. He agrees to serve Laban 7 years in exchange for her hand in marriage. And though the years are long, they feel to him like only a few days because of the love he has for her. Picture Jacob day after day, guiding the flocks across fields, watching the sun rise and set, sharing meals with the household, always with Rachel near. His heart is steady, his labor joyful, because love makes the years sweet. But when the 7 years end and the wedding feast is held, Laban deceives him. In the morning, Jacob awakens to find not Rachel, but Leah, her older sister, by his side. Imagine Jacob's shock, his sorrow, his frustration. He confronts Laban, who replies calmly that the younger daughter cannot be married before the elder. Yet he offers Rachel also in exchange for another 7 years of service. So Jacob agrees. He marries Rachel at last, the one his heart longed for, but he carries the weight of rivalry between the sisters, Leah and Rachel, each desiring his love, each longing for children, and thus begins a season of family struggle, of blessings and tensions interwoven. Leah bears children, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, and more, while Rachel, though deeply loved, remains barren for many years. Their rivalry shapes Jacob's household, but through it, the foundations of the 12 tribes of Israel are laid. As time passes, Jacob's flocks grow, his wealth increases, and his household expands. Yet beneath all of this, his heart still remembers the dream at Bethel, the promise that God would be with him. One day, the Lord speaks again, urging Jacob to return to the land of his fathers, to face the past he had fled from, to meet Esau once more. And so, Jacob gathers his wives, his children, his servants, his flocks, and sets out for Canaan, the land promised to his descendants. But before he can reach his brother, before reconciliation can come, Jacob must pass through another night of wrestling, a night where he will meet not Esau first, but God himself in a quiet and mysterious struggle by the river. We will arrive there soon, dear friend. But for now, hold this moment. Jacob has journeyed far. He has dreamed of heaven's ladder, labored for love, built a family, and grown in wealth. He has known both deception and blessing, both sorrow and joy. His journey reminds us that life is not smooth or simple, but full of twists, struggles, and gifts that shape us. And through it all, God whispers gently, I am with you. I will not leave you. Now, as you rest, imagine Jacob lying on the ground beneath the stars, the dream of angels still glowing softly in his memory. Picture the ladder rising upward, light flowing upon it like water, and hear the promise spoken into his heart. Let it echo softly in yours as well, that you are not alone, that your journey is watched over, and that blessing awaits, even through hardship. Breathe deeply, dear friend. Let the image of Jacob's dream guide you into your own gentle rest as you drift like the angels, ascending and descending, moving peacefully between earth and heaven in the calm of sleep. Jacob, wrestling with God, welcome back, dear friend. Rest easy now. Breathe in slowly and let the weight of the day fall away. Feel your body soften into the bed as we return to Jacob's story, to one of the most mysterious and intimate moments in the entire Bible, a night when Jacob wrestles not with man, but with God himself. Jacob has left Laban's household. He has gathered his wives, his children, his flocks, his servants, and all that he has gained. His journey is bringing him back to Canaan, the land of his fathers, the land promised to him in the dream at Bethel. But before he can enter, he must face his brother Esau, the same brother he had deceived, the same brother whose anger once burned hot enough to kill him. Jacob's heart is heavy with worry. He remembers the day he disguised himself before Isaac, the trembling of his father's hands, the cry of Esau when he discovered the blessing had been given away. Jacob has lived with this memory for many years, and now the time has come to face it. News reaches him that Esau is approaching, not alone, but with 400 men. Imagine Jacob's heart quicken. He fears that Esau is coming for revenge, that the wound of betrayal still lives in his brother's heart. Jacob divides his camp, sending gifts ahead, herds of goats, sheep, camels, and cattle, hoping to soften Esau's heart. He arranges his family carefully, placing the ones he loves most in safety behind him. And then, as night falls, he remains alone. Picture Jacob by the river Jabbok. The air is still. The water flows gently in the darkness. The stars stretch wide above him. He kneels, prays, waits. His body is weary from the day's march, but his heart is restless, heavy with dread of what tomorrow might bring. And then, out of the shadows, a figure appears, a man, silent, strong, mysterious. Without a word, he seizes Jacob, and they wrestle. It is not a quick struggle, not a momentary clash, but an all-night battle. Imagine Jacob, grasping, straining, refusing to let go. The two figures roll upon the earth, their bodies pressed into the dust, the river whispering beside them. The hours pass, the stars wheel overhead, and still they wrestle, Jacob clinging with all his strength, his breath ragged, his muscles burning. this is no ordinary fight. Deep down, Jacob knows it. He is not wrestling a man. He is wrestling something greater, someone beyond mortal strength. And yet, he does not give up. As dawn approaches, the figure touches Jacob's hip, and instantly it is wrenched from its socket. Pain floods Jacob's body, but still he clings, his arms wrapped tightly around the mysterious figure, his voice hoarse but determined. I will not let you go unless you bless me. Pause for a moment here, dear friend, and feel the weight of these words. Jacob has always been a striver, grasping at his brother's heel in birth, bargaining for stew, seizing blessings by cunning. He has always been reaching, always yearning for more. But here, in the quiet hours before dawn, he is brought to his limits. With his strength failing, his hip broken, he clings not with power, but with desperation, with faith, with the refusal to let go of the one who holds his destiny. The figure speaks. His voice is calm, steady, filled with authority. What is your name? Jacob, he answers. The name that means supplanter, the one who grasps, the one who strives. But the figure replies, your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, for you have struggled with God and with men and have prevailed. A new name, a new identity, Israel, the one who wrestles with God. This is no longer just the name of a man, but the name of a nation that will rise from his children. In this quiet, trembling dawn, Jacob's story is forever changed. The man blesses him there, and Jacob realizes fully that he has seen God face to face. The sun rises slowly, casting golden light across the river. Jacob limps away, leaning heavily on his staff, his hip forever weakened. Yet his face glows with something new, strength not of his own, but given, faith deeper than before, a blessing pressed into his very being. This night of wrestling whispers many things to us, dear friend. It tells us that sometimes our greatest battles are not with others, but within ourselves. Our fears, our guilt, our doubts. It tells us that God meets us in our struggles, even in the dark, even when we feel alone. It reminds us that blessings often come not through ease, but through perseverance, through holding on when everything in us wants to let go. Jacob limps into the morning sun, but his limp is not a weakness. It is a reminder of the night he met God, of the struggle that transformed him, of the new name he now carries. He is no longer just Jacob, the grasping one. He is Israel, the one who wrestled with God and lived. Now, dear friend, as you rest in this story, imagine the river flowing softly in the dawn, the air cool against your skin, the first rays of sunlight warming the earth. Picture Jacob limping forward, staff in hand, each step painful yet purposeful, each breath steady, his heart forever changed. Let this image soothe you, the struggle ending, the blessing given, the morning light returning after a long night. Just as Jacob found peace after his wrestling, may you find peace now, here in your own quiet place of rest. Breathe slowly. Feel the calm settle over you. The story continues, but for now, you can drift deeper, holding the blessing close as you slip gently into sleep. Joseph and his brothers welcome back, dear friend. Settle in once more. Let the rise and fall of your breathing grow calm, steady, like the tide of the sea. The story now turns to Joseph, the beloved son of Jacob, a young man whose journey will carry him far from home, through shadows of betrayal, into prisons and palaces, and finally into a place of mercy that shines like the morning sun. Joseph was the son of Jacob and Rachel, the child of his father's deep love. He was born in Jacob's later years, and so Jacob's heart was tender toward him, perhaps more so than toward his older sons. Joseph grew in his father's favor, and to show his affection, Jacob gave him a robe, richly woven, with many colors shimmering across its fabric. Picture the robe, dear friend, long and flowing, dyed with shades of red, blue, green, and gold, a garment fit for a prince. When Joseph walked among his brothers, wearing it, the sun caught the threads, and the colors glowed like a rainbow. His brothers saw it and felt their hearts tighten. They envied him, resented him, for the robe was more than clothing. It was a sign of their father's preference, a mark of honor that set Joseph apart. But Joseph had more than a beautiful robe. He had dreams, strange, vivid dreams that seemed to speak of something greater. In one dream, he and his brothers were binding sheaves of grain in the field, and suddenly Joseph's sheaf rose and stood tall, while theirs gathered around it and bowed. In another dream, the sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed before him. When Joseph told these dreams to his brothers, their resentment deepened. "Shall you indeed reign over us?" they sneered. Even Jacob, though he loved Joseph, questioned the meaning of such dreams. Yet he kept them in his heart, wondering. One day, Jacob sent Joseph to check on his brothers as they tended the flocks far from home. Joseph went willingly, the robe of many colors draped upon his shoulders. As he approached, his brothers saw him from a distance, and their hearts darkened. "Here comes the dreamer," they muttered. "Come now, let us kill him, and we will see what becomes of his dreams." Reuben, the eldest, tried to turn their wrath aside. "Do not kill him," he urged. "Throw him into this pit in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand upon him." He planned to rescue Joseph later, to restore him to their father. So, when Joseph came near, they stripped him of his robe, that shimmering coat of many colors, and cast him into a dry pit. Imagine Joseph in the pit, the walls of earth closing around him, the sky a narrow strip above. His brothers sit nearby, eating bread, while he cries out in fear and confusion. They do not answer. As they sit, a caravan of traders approaches, camels laden with spices, balm, and myrrh, bound for Egypt. Judah, another brother, speaks with cold practicality. "What profit is there if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and our hands will be clean." The others agree, so they lift Joseph from the pit, his eyes wide with hope, only to be bound and handed over for 20 pieces of silver. The traders lead him away, his feet stumbling, his gaze turning back again and again toward the brothers he loved, who now betrayed him. The brothers take Joseph's robe, dip it in the blood of a goat, and carry it to Jacob. "We found this," they say. "Is it your son's robe?" Jacob recognizes it at once. His heart shatters. He tears his garments, puts on sackcloth, and mourns bitterly. refusing comfort. I will go down to the grave mourning for my son, he cries, and Joseph, alive yet far away, disappears from his father's sight. The caravan carries Joseph into Egypt, a land of towering monuments, wide rivers, and bustling markets. There, he is sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard. In a foreign house, among strange tongues, Joseph begins anew, and yet, through every step, every betrayal, every sorrow, the Lord is with him. Joseph serves diligently in Potiphar's house. His hands are skilled, his mind sharp, and everything he touches prospers. Potiphar notices, and he places Joseph over his entire household, trusting him with all he owns. For a time, it seems Joseph's life is steady once more, but shadows fall again. Potiphar's wife takes notice of Joseph, desiring him. Day after day, she tempts him, but Joseph refuses. How could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God? He says. One day, when no one else is in the house, she seizes his garment. Joseph flees, leaving the garment behind. In her anger, she cries out, accusing him falsely. Potiphar, enraged, throws Joseph into prison. Imagine Joseph, chained in the dimness of a cell, the stone walls cold, the future uncertain. Once again, he has fallen, cast down by betrayal, stripped of honor, abandoned in a place of despair. Yet still, the Lord is with him. In the prison, Joseph's character shines. The keeper notices his diligence, his integrity, and soon entrusts him with responsibility over the other prisoners. Joseph listens, comforts, and serves, even in this place of shadows. Two fellow prisoners, servants of Pharaoh, have dreams. One is Pharaoh's cupbearer, the other his baker. Troubled, they share their visions with Joseph. He listens carefully, and with God's help, interprets them. To the cupbearer, he says, in 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position. To the baker, he speaks more somberly. In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head. And just as Joseph foretold, it happens. Joseph pleads with the cupbearer, remember me when it is well with you. Mention me to Pharaoh and bring me out of this prison. But the cupbearer forgets. Joseph remains in prison year after year, waiting, hoping. Yet even in waiting, the story is not idle. The Lord's hand is moving, quietly, steadily, weaving a plan that Joseph cannot yet see. And so, dear friend, we leave Joseph here for now, in the dimness of his cell, with dreams still echoing in his heart, and the unseen hand of providence guiding him toward a destiny greater than he could ever imagine. Breathe deeply now. Let the sorrow of Joseph's betrayal, the stillness of his prison, and the faint glow of hope carry you into rest. For his story is not finished, and like Joseph, we too may find that even in the darkest nights, light is already on its way. Joseph in Egypt. Dreams and rise to power. Welcome back, dear friend. Close your eyes if you wish, and let the story carry you softly like a river beneath the stars. We left Joseph in a prison cell, his heart weighed by betrayal and delay, yet held aloft by faith. Tonight, we continue with him through the winding corridors of time, toward a dawn brighter than he ever imagined. Joseph has been forgotten, or so it seems. The cupbearer, restored to Pharaoh's side, goes about his duties, and Joseph lingers in the shadows. 2 long years pass. Imagine the seasons shifting: heat of summer, rains of spring, the coolness of winter nights. Days blur into nights, weeks into months, yet Joseph remains faithful. He serves, he waits, he trusts. Then, one night, Pharaoh himself is troubled. He dreams. In his dream, he stands beside the great Nile, the river that gives life to Egypt. Out of the water come 7 cows, sleek and fat, grazing among the reeds. Then, from the same river, 7 other cows emerge, gaunt and ugly. They devour the fat cows, but remain just as thin, just as hollow. Pharaoh wakes, shaken. He falls back to sleep and dreams again. This time, 7 ears of grain grow on a single stalk, full and golden. After them, 7 thin ears sprout, scorched by the desert wind. The thin ears swallow the full ears, yet gain no fullness. Pharaoh wakes once more, restless, his spirit disturbed. He summons his magicians, his wise men, but none can interpret the dreams. The palace buzzes with unease, and at last the cupbearer remembers. His face flushes with guilt as he speaks. Today, I am reminded of my shortcomings. When Pharaoh was angry with his servants, I and the baker were in prison. There was with us a young Hebrew, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them. And, just as he said, so it happened. Pharaoh restored me to my place, and the baker was hanged. Pharaoh listens. Hope flickers in his eyes. Quickly, he sends for Joseph. Imagine Joseph, summoned from the prison. He is washed, his garments changed, his beard trimmed. The light of the palace dazzles him after the gloom of his cell. Before him stands Pharaoh, the ruler of Egypt, a man whose word is law, whose gaze searches for answers. I have dreamed a dream, Pharaoh says, and there is no one to interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that you can understand a dream. Joseph bows humbly. His voice is steady, calm. It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh the answer he seeks. Pharaoh recounts the dreams, the cows, the ears of grain. Joseph listens, his heart still, his mind open to God's wisdom. Then he speaks. The dreams are one. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance will come throughout the land of Egypt. After them will arise 7 years of famine, and all the abundance will be forgotten. The famine will ravage the land. The reason the dream was given twice is because the matter is firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. Joseph pauses, then continues with gentle boldness. Let Pharaoh appoint a discerning and wise man to oversee the land. Let him gather 1/5 of the harvest during the 7 good years, and store up grain in the cities under Pharaoh's authority. This food will be held in reserve for the 7 years of famine, so that the land will not perish. The court murmurs. Pharaoh's eyes narrow, considering. Then, slowly, smile spreads across his face. He turns to his officials. Can we find anyone like this man? One in whom is the Spirit of God? He looks back to Joseph, Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people shall submit to your word. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you. And so, in a single moment, Joseph is lifted from prisoner to prince. Pharaoh removes his signet ring and places it on Joseph's finger. He clothes him in robes of fine linen, places a gold chain around his neck. Joseph rides in Pharaoh's second chariot, and men call before him, "Make way." Imagine Joseph's heart as he feels the weight of the ring, the coolness of the linen against his skin, the power of command resting upon his shoulders. Years of suffering, of waiting, of faith tested in darkness, now blooming into a destiny far beyond his prison walls. Joseph is given a new name, Zaphanath-Paneah, and a wife, Asenath, daughter of a priest of On. He begins his work at once. For 7 years, the land yields abundantly. Fields of grain stretch golden across the horizon. Harvests fill barns to overflowing. Joseph travels through the land, gathering and storing, building granaries, preparing. The people marvel at his wisdom, his calm foresight. During these years, 2 sons are born to him. He names the first Manasseh, saying, "God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." He names the second Ephraim, saying, "God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." Then, just as foretold, the famine comes. The earth grows dry, fields wither, the harvest fails. The famine spreads not only through Egypt, but across all lands. Yet in Egypt there is bread, for Joseph has prepared. People come from every corner, bringing silver, seeking food. Joseph opens the storehouses, and life is preserved. News travels beyond Egypt's borders, across deserts and mountains, reaching Canaan, where Jacob and his sons are hungry. "Go to Egypt," Jacob tells them, "and buy grain, so that we may live and not die." And thus, dear friend, the stage is set. The brothers who once sold Joseph will come unknowingly to kneel before him, just as the dream long ago foretold. But for now, let your heart rest in this moment of Joseph's rise, from a prison's gloom to Pharaoh's palace, from betrayal to honor. Joseph's journey whispers to us of patience, of faith, of how even in our darkest valleys, the seeds of hope are quietly growing, waiting for their time to bloom. Breathe softly now. Let the image of golden fields, of barns filled with grain, of Joseph standing tall in wisdom and grace, fill your thoughts. Let it settle over you like a gentle blanket, drawing you deeper into peace. For the story continues, and soon the dreams of Joseph will meet the faces of his brothers once more. Joseph and his brothers, reunited, welcome back, dear friend. Your breathing is calm, your body at ease. Now, let us step once more into the ancient story. The famine has spread across the lands, and hunger presses upon many hearts. Far away in Canaan, Jacob and his sons feel its grip. The grain that once filled their storehouses has dwindled. The fields lie barren, and hope is thin. Yet word reaches them. Egypt has grain, and it is Joseph. Though they know it not, who holds the keys to life. Jacob calls his sons together. His voice is weary, lined with age, yet still firm. Why do you just look at each other? He asks. Go down to Egypt and buy some grain so that we may live and not die. So 10 of the brothers set out, leaving Benjamin, the youngest, behind with their father. Jacob fears to lose him, for Benjamin is the son of his beloved Rachel, and Joseph, in his mind, is long dead. Now, imagine the brothers' caravan, trudging across dusty roads, their faces lined with worry, their hearts heavy. They know only that Egypt has food, and they must bring some home. Yet before them lies a meeting far deeper than they can fathom. They arrive in Egypt, a land bustling with life despite the famine. Granaries stand tall, guards patrol, and officials direct the endless line of travelers. And there, overseeing it all, is Joseph. Joseph, now dressed in fine Egyptian robes, a golden chain at his neck, the signet ring of Pharaoh upon his hand. Years have changed him, his face older, his shoulders broader, his bearing regal. To his brothers, he is a stranger, but Joseph sees them. At once, he knows them. His heart leaps, his breath catches, but he does not reveal himself. Instead, Joseph remembers his dreams, the sheaves bowing down, the stars inclining toward him. Here they are, his brothers, bowing low before him, unaware that the man they bow to is the brother they betrayed. Joseph speaks through an interpreter, his tone stern, his words sharp. Where do you come from? He asks. From the land of Canaan, they answer, to buy food. Joseph studies them. Old memories stir. The pit, their sneers, the silver exchanged for his life. Yet beneath the sternness, his heart aches. He longs to embrace them, to reveal himself. But first, he must test them. He must know if their hearts have changed. You are spies, Joseph declares. You have come to see where our land is unprotected. The brothers protest. No, my lord. Your servants have come only to buy food. We are all sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies. But Joseph presses them, accusing again. They insist on their honesty, revealing their family. We are 12 brothers, they explain, the sons of one man in Canaan. The youngest is with our father, and one is no more. At these words, one is no more, Joseph feels a pang, for he is that brother they believe lost. He restrains himself, hiding his tears. Joseph holds them in prison for 3 days. On the third day, he speaks again. Do this, and you will live. For I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers remain confined here in prison, while the rest go and carry grain for your households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so your words may be verified, and you will not die. The brothers agree, their hearts troubled. Joseph hears, and he cannot bear it. He turns away and weeps. His shoulders shake, silently, unseen, the years of pain and longing breaking through. Then he composes himself, returns, and chooses Simeon to remain bound in Egypt. The others are sent home, their sacks filled with grain. Secretly, Joseph orders their silver returned, hidden in the mouths of their sacks. The brothers depart, only to discover the silver on their journey. Fear seizes them. What is this that God has done to us? They wonder. Back in Canaan, they recount everything to Jacob. When they speak of bringing Benjamin, Jacob's heart trembles. You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more. Simeon is no more. And now you would take Benjamin. Everything is against me. But hunger gnaws at them. And when the grain is gone, Jacob has no choice. Reluctantly, with trembling hands, he sends Benjamin with them, praying for mercy. The brothers return to Egypt, this time with Benjamin. Joseph sees them approaching, and his eyes find Benjamin, the brother he has not seen since boyhood, the son of his mother. His heart swells, and he can scarcely contain himself. He orders a feast prepared. The brothers are brought into Joseph's house, afraid. We are brought here because of the silver in our sacks, they whisper. But Joseph's steward reassures them, saying, Do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver. Simeon is brought out to them, and they are relieved. At the meal, Joseph greets them, asking after their father. Is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke, is he still alive? They reply, Your servant, our father, is still alive and well. They bow low before him once more. Joseph's eyes rest on Benjamin. His voice softens. Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about? He blesses him. God be gracious to you, my son. But Joseph's emotions overwhelm him. He hurries out, finding a place to weep. He washes his face, composes himself, and returns. The meal begins. The brothers marvel as portions are served, and Benjamin's plate is filled with 5 times as much as theirs. Yet Joseph is not done testing them. He instructs his steward to fill their sacks again, but this time he hides his own silver cup in Benjamin's sack. At dawn, the brothers depart. Soon after, they are pursued. The steward accuses them. Why have you repaid good with evil? Why have you stolen my master's cup? They protest their innocence. If any of us has it, let him die, and the rest of us will become slaves. But when the sacks are searched, the cup is found in Benjamin's sack. Horror strikes them. Their hearts sink. They tear their clothes in anguish and return to the city. Joseph confronts them. What deed is this you have done? Do you not know that a man like me can divine such things? Judah steps forward, his voice trembling, but steady. What shall we say to my lord? What shall we speak? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves, all of us, including the one who was found to have the cup. But Joseph insists, only the one who has the cup will become my slave. The rest of you may go free. Here, the true test is revealed. Years ago, they betrayed Joseph, casting him aside. Will they abandon Benjamin too? Judah speaks again, his words filled with sacrifice. Please, my lord, let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father. At these words, Joseph's heart breaks open. He can no longer hold back. He sends everyone out, leaving only his brothers before him. His voice trembles. His tears flow freely. I am Joseph, he declares. Is my father still alive? The Rahab brothers are stunned, unable to speak. Fear grips them, for the brother they betrayed now holds power over their lives. But Joseph, weeping, steps forward. "Come near to me," he says. "I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt. But do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years there has been famine in the land, and for 5 more there will be none. But God sent me before you to preserve a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God." He embraces Benjamin, and together they weep. Then he embraces his other brothers, and reconciliation flows like a river, washing away years of guilt and sorrow. News reaches Pharaoh's court, and Pharaoh himself rejoices. He offers wagons and provisions to bring Jacob and all his household to Egypt. The brothers return to Canaan with the astounding news. Jacob, stunned at first, can scarcely believe it, but when he sees the wagons Joseph sent, his spirit revives. "My son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." And so, the long-separated family is reunited. Joseph, once betrayed, becomes the savior of his family. What was meant for harm, God has turned to good. Dear friend, let that thought linger with you, even in betrayal, even in sorrow. There can be a purpose hidden, waiting to bloom. Sometimes, the darkest roads lead us to the brightest reunions. Breathe deeply now, and let the image of Joseph's tears, the embrace of brothers once divided, and the gentle whisper of forgiveness guide you into rest. Moses and the Exodus welcome. Back, dear friend. You are calm, safe, and at rest. Let us drift into the heart of the ancient story. Many generations have passed since Joseph and his brothers settled in Egypt. The family of Israel has grown, multiplying greatly until they are no longer just a clan, but a vast people. Their numbers fill the land, and in their growth, a new Pharaoh arises who does not remember Joseph. This Pharaoh looks upon the children of Israel and sees not allies, but a threat. And so, the story of Exodus begins in sorrow. The Israelites are enslaved. Their hands, once free to till the land and tend flocks, are now bound to heavy labor. Imagine the scenes: men straining to lift stones, women carrying clay, the crack of whips echoing through the hot Egyptian air. Sweat pours, backs ache, yet still they endure. Day by day, they build Pharaoh's cities, Pithom and Ramses, monuments not to their god, but to their oppressor. But oppression only makes them stronger. The more they are afflicted, the more they multiply. Pharaoh's fear deepens, and cruelty sharpens. He decrees that every Hebrew boy born must be thrown into the Nile, left to drown beneath its waters. The cries of mothers fill the air, grief mingled with the sorrow of slavery. And yet, in this darkness, a child is born. His parents, of the tribe of Levi, see that he is no ordinary child. For 3 months they hide him, cradling him in secret. But when hiding becomes impossible, the mother places him in a papyrus basket, sealing it with tar and pitch, and lays it among the reeds of the Nile. His sister Miriam watches from a distance, her heart pounding. Then, by providence, Pharaoh's daughter comes to bathe at the river. She sees the basket, hears the baby's cry, and her heart softens. She takes him as her own, naming him Moses, for I drew him out of the water. Yet God's plan is woven even deeper. Through Miriam's quick thinking, Moses' own mother is chosen to nurse him, cradling him once more in her arms, whispering into his tiny ears the ancient stories of their people. Moses grows up in Pharaoh's palace, clothed in fine linen, educated in wisdom and power. Yet in his heart, he remembers his people. One day, as a young man, he sees an Egyptian beating a Hebrew slave. Anger flares. He strikes the Egyptian and hides his body in the sand. The act is discovered, and Moses flees into the desert, a fugitive. In the Midian, far from Egypt's splendor, Moses becomes a shepherd. The desert winds sweep across the dunes. The sheep graze quietly, and time stretches in silence. It is here, in solitude, that God calls him. One day, Moses tends his flock near Mount Horeb. There he sees a bush aflame, yet not consumed. Drawn by wonder, he approaches. From the fire, a voice speaks, "Moses, Moses." He answers, trembling, "Here I am." "Do not come any closer," the voice says. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you stand is holy ground. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Moses hides his face, afraid to look, but the voice continues, with compassion, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries. I know their suffering, and I have come down to deliver them." Next, gnats rise from the dust, filling the air, tormenting man and beast. Then come flies, thick and buzzing, swarming Pharaoh's palace. The livestock perish, boils break out upon flesh, hail pounds the crops, locusts devour what remains, and darkness covers the land for 3 days. Each time, Pharaoh pleads and then hardens his heart again. Finally, the last plague is pronounced, the death of the firstborn. But God provides a way of salvation. The Israelites are instructed to sacrifice a lamb, marking their doorposts with its blood. That night, the angel of death passes over every home marked by the blood of the lamb. But in Egypt, the firstborn sons perish. From Pharaoh's palace to the lowliest prison, wails fill the night air, and Pharaoh, broken at last, cries out, "Go, leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you have requested." The Exodus begins. The people, carrying unleavened bread and treasures given by the Egyptians, set out into the desert. Behind them, Pharaoh's grief turns to rage. He gathers his army, chariots thundering across the sands, pursuing the fleeing slaves. The Israelites find themselves trapped. Pharaoh behind them, the Red Sea before them. Panic surges. They cry out to Moses, despairing. But Moses lifts his staff over the waters, and by God's power, the sea parts. Walls of water rise on either side, and a dry path opens before them. With trembling steps, the people cross. The Egyptians pursue, chariots racing into the path. But at God's command, the waters crash back, swallowing the army. Not one remains. The people of Israel stand safe on the far shore, the sea closing behind them. They are free. In joy and awe, Miriam, the sister of Moses, takes a tambourine and leads the women in song. Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and rider he has hurled into the sea. The wilderness lies before them, vast and unknown, but they are no longer slaves. They are a people set free, guided by God himself, a pillar of cloud by day, a pillar of fire by night. The Exodus is more than history. It is a story of deliverance, a story that whispers into every weary heart. Freedom is possible, no matter how strong the chains may seem. As you rest now, imagine the cool night air of the desert, the flicker of firelight on the horizon, the hush of a people gathered beneath the stars, free at last. Breathe in the freedom, breathe out the burdens. You are safe. The 10 Commandments. Welcome back, dear one. You are resting, calm, and safe as we continue our long journey through the ancient story of the Bible. The Israelites, freed from the grip of Pharaoh, now wander into the wilderness, led by the hand of God. They are no longer slaves, but they are not yet a nation. They are free, but they do not yet know what it means to walk with the one who has delivered them. And so, in his mercy, God brings them to a mountain where heaven and earth will meet. It begins with their arrival at Mount Sinai, also called Horeb. The people camp at the base of the mountain, a great host spread out like waves of sand beneath its rocky slopes. They look up at the towering peak, shrouded in mystery, not knowing that soon it will blaze with divine fire. Moses ascends the mountain, alone. The winds whip at his cloak, the air thins, and the silence grows heavy. At the summit, God speaks to him. His voice, like thunder and like whisper, fills Moses with awe. Tell the people of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did in Egypt, how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now, if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, you will be my treasured possession among all nations. You will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Moses descends to share the words with the people, and they answer with one voice, we will do everything the Lord has said. God then instructs them to prepare. For 3 days they must wash their clothes, purify themselves, and set boundaries around the mountain. No one is to touch it, for it is holy ground. The people wait, trembling, anticipation heavy as the desert air before a storm. On the 3rd day, it happens. Morning breaks, and the mountain trembles. Thunder rumbles, lightning flashes, and a thick cloud descends. The sound of a trumpet grows louder and louder until the people shake with fear. Smoke billows upward as if the mountain were a furnace, and fire consumes its peak. The ground itself quakes. Moses leads the people to the base, and there they stand, hearts pounding, as God descends upon Sinai in fire. Out of the smoke, his voice is heard, not through Moses, but directly, filling the desert with words that will shape history forever. He speaks the 10 Commandments, words not only for that generation, but for all who would come after. You shall have no other gods before me. The first command calls the people to worship the Lord alone, to forsake idols, to place nothing above the Creator who freed them. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, no idol, no statue, no creation of their hands is to replace the living God. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God. His name is holy, a name to be spoken with reverence, not with thoughtless words. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 1 day out of 7 is set aside for rest, a gift of peace, a rhythm of trust in God's provision. Honor your father and your mother. Respect for parents is woven into the fabric of life, for from them flows the gift of heritage and wisdom. You shall not murder. Life is sacred, each breath a gift from God. You shall not commit adultery. Faithfulness is honored, for love is to be pure and covenantal, reflecting the faithfulness of God Himself. You shall not steal. What belongs to another is not to be taken, for trust and justice must govern a community. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. Truth is to be cherished, for lies corrode the bonds between people. You shall not covet. Envy is forbidden, for peace comes not from longing for what others have, but from trusting in God's provision. The people hear these words, and they tremble. The voice of God shakes them to their core, and they cry out to Moses, "Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But do not have God speak to us directly, or we will die." And so God inscribes the commandments upon 2 tablets of stone, placing His eternal covenant into the hands of Moses. These are not merely rules, but a guide to living in harmony with God and with one another. They are a mirror, showing the people who they are and who they are called to be. But the story does not end with the giving of the law. For even as Moses lingers upon the mountain, receiving further instructions, the people below grow restless. Days stretch into weeks. They wonder if Moses will return. Fear twists into doubt, doubt into rebellion. They urge Aaron, Moses' brother, to make them a god they can see. And so Aaron gathers their gold, melts it, and fashions a calf. The people dance around it, shouting, "This is your God, O Israel, who brought you out of Egypt." Their voices rise in drunken revelry, forgetting the fire they had seen, the thunder they had heard, the covenant they had promised. On the mountain, God sees, and His anger burns. "Go down," He tells Moses, "for your people have corrupted themselves." Moses descends, carrying the tablets, only to behold the golden calf and the wild celebration. Fury floods him. He throws the tablets to the ground, shattering them. The covenant, broken before it could begin. Yet even in this, God shows mercy. Moses pleads for the people, begging God not to destroy them. God listens, relents, and renews the covenant. Again, He inscribes the commandments upon stone, a sign of His enduring patience. The 10 Commandments are not just laws etched in stone. They are the heartbeat of a relationship. They are the vows of a covenant, binding heaven to earth, guiding human lives into love, justice, and reverence. And though the people will fail again and again, God's faithfulness will not falter. As you rest now, imagine yourself at the foot of Sinai. The mountain smolders. The air hums with divine presence. You feel awe, but also peace, for the voice that thundered is the same voice that whispers to you now. You are chosen, you are seen, you are loved. Let your breathing slow. Let the stillness of the mountain settle over you. like a blanket of calm. The commandments, given in fire and stone, are not heavy burdens, but gentle reminders to worship truly, to rest deeply, to honor, to cherish, to live in peace. And so, dear friend, we close this chapter. The people have been given a covenant written by the very hand of God, a light to guide them in the wilderness and beyond. The wilderness wanderings. Welcome back, dear one. You are safe, calm, and at peace as we continue our journey through the ancient story of the Bible. The Israelites have been freed from Egypt. They have seen the sea part before them, and they have stood trembling at the foot of Sinai as the voice of God filled the sky. They now hold in their hands the covenant, etched in stone. They are a people chosen, guided, and loved. And yet, the road ahead will not be easy, for the wilderness is not only a place of travel, it is a place of testing. The desert stretches wide before them, endless sand, barren hills, and the heat of the sun beating down. Day after day, they march onward. Their feet ache, their mouths grow dry, and their hearts begin to murmur. Why did we leave Egypt? They grumble. At least there we had food. Here in this wilderness, we will starve. But God hears. Each morning, when the dew lifts from the ground, a fine, flaky substance appears. The people look at it in wonder and ask, "What is it?" Moses answers, "It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat." They call it manna, and it becomes their daily bread. Every morning they gather it, enough for the day. On the sixth day, they gather twice as much, for the seventh day is a Sabbath, a day of rest. In this way, God teaches them to trust, not in their own strength, but in His provision. When they thirst, they find bitter water at Marah, but God makes it sweet. Later, at Rephidim, when no water can be found, Moses strikes a rock with his staff, and water gushes forth. Cool streams flow across the dry ground, enough for all. Again and again, their needs are met, though their faith wavers. Yet not all trials come from hunger and thirst. Enemies rise against them. The Amalekites attack, and the people must fight. Joshua leads the warriors, while Moses climbs a hill with the staff of God in his hands. As long as his hands are raised, Israel prevails. When his arms grow weary and fall, the Amalekites gain ground. So Aaron and Hur stand beside him, holding up his hands until sunset, and Israel wins. This moment teaches them that victory does not come by sword alone, but by dependence on God. Time passes, and the camp circles around Sinai for many months. God gives further instructions through Moses, detailed laws for living, guidance for justice, and even a blueprint for a holy dwelling place, the tabernacle. The tabernacle is to be the meeting place of heaven and earth, where God's presence will dwell among His people. It is designed with care, an outer courtyard, an altar, a basin for washing, a holy place with a golden lampstand and table of bread, and behind a veil, the most holy place, where the Ark of the Covenant rests. The Ark holds the tablets of the covenant, a jar of manna, and Aaron's staff that would later bud with life. Above the Ark, two golden cherubim spread their wings, and between them the glory of God is said to dwell. When the tabernacle is completed, a cloud descends upon it, filling it with glory. By day, a pillar of cloud hovers above. By night, a pillar of fire. The people know God is with them. Wherever the cloud moves, they move. Wherever it rests, they rest. Yet even with such guidance, the wilderness reveals the weakness of human hearts. Time and again, the people complain. They fear when they lack water. They grumble when the manna seems plain. They long for Egypt, forgetting the whips of slavery, remembering only the food of old. At last, they come to the edge of the promised land. Moses sends 12 spies to explore it. For 40 days they roam, returning with fruit so large it must be carried on poles. It is a land flowing with milk and honey, they report. But 10 of the spies tremble with fear. The cities are fortified. The people are giants. We cannot enter. Only 2, Joshua and Caleb, speak with faith. The Lord is with us. Do not be afraid. But the people panic. They weep. They rebel. They even talk of choosing a new leader to take them back to Egypt. Their lack of trust wounds God's heart. And so, judgment is given. This generation will not enter the land. They will wander the wilderness for 40 years, until all who doubted have passed away, and a new generation rises, one that trusts. And so, the long wandering begins. Years roll by. The desert becomes their home, the manna their daily bread, the tabernacle their center. Children grow into adults, learning the stories of deliverance, seeing the fire and cloud, being shaped by the wilderness itself. Not all is peaceful. At times, rebellion erupts. Korah and others rise against Moses, questioning his leadership. The earth opens and swallows them whole, a chilling sign of God's authority. At other times, the people test God with their complaints. When they speak against him, venomous snakes invade the camp, biting and killing many. But God provides a way of healing. He instructs Moses to lift a bronze serpent on a pole. All who look upon it live. This image will echo down the centuries, a shadow of salvation yet to come. Through it all, Moses remains the faithful leader, though even he falters. At Meribah, when the people cry for water, God tells him to speak to the rock. But in his frustration, Moses strikes it twice with his staff. Water flows, but because he disobeyed, God tells him he will not enter the promised land himself. Even the greatest of leaders must bow to God's holiness. As the years draw on, victories come. The Israelites defeat kings along the way, taking lands east of the Jordan. Balaam, a prophet hired to curse them, is compelled instead to bless them, declaring, "How beautiful are your tents, O Jacob, your dwellings, O Israel." At last, they come again to the edge of the land. Moses, now old, gathers the people. He recounts their journey, reminds them of the covenant, and warns them not to forget. He teaches them to love the Lord with all their heart, soul, and strength. He pleads with them to choose life, to walk in obedience. Then he climbs Mount Nebo, where God shows him the land spread out below, the hills and valleys, the Jordan River, the distant sea. Moses sees it with his eyes, though he will not enter. There, upon the mountain, he dies, and God himself buries him in a place unknown. The wilderness wanderings end not with despair, but with hope. For though a generation has passed, a new one stands ready. Joshua, strong and faithful, is chosen to lead them into the land. The wilderness is not wasted time. It is the place where slaves are shaped into a nation, where trust is learned, where dependence on God is etched into the soul. It is the place of discipline, but also of intimacy. For here the people lived day by day with God's presence among them. And as you rest now, think of the wilderness not as emptiness, but as preparation. Sometimes the road feels long, sometimes barren, but in the quiet places of life, God is still at work. Like the pillar of fire, His light guides you. Like the manna, His care sustains you. And like the rock, His presence gives living water. Close your eyes and breathe slowly, dear friend. You are not lost. You are on a journey guided by hands greater than your own. The wilderness, with all its wandering, is only the path to the promise. The promised land. Welcome back, dear friend. You are calm, at peace, your body sinking deeper into comfort. As we approach the final stretch of this portion of the Bible story, after 40 years of wandering through deserts, climbing mountains, crossing rivers, and learning to trust, the Israelites finally stand at the edge of their destiny. The promised land lies before them, a land flowing with milk and honey, full of hills, valleys, rivers, and fertile soil. The air is still, heavy with anticipation. The sun warms the earth. Golden light stretches across the horizon, and the Jordan River winds its way gently through the landscape, a living boundary between the wilderness and the land God has prepared for His people. This is the moment generations have been waiting for, the moment Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses had dreamed of, even if they never saw it themselves. Joshua now leads the people. Strong and faithful, he has been chosen by God to carry the mantle of leadership from Moses. He gathers the people together and reminds them of all that God has done. He speaks to them with authority and tenderness. Remember the covenant. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. The people prepare to cross the Jordan. Imagine the scene. Thousands of men, women, and children standing at the riverbank, waiting. The waters, swollen from the rainy season, flow swiftly. Behind them, the desert stretches vast and empty. Ahead, the fertile land promises abundance. The priests carry the Ark of the Covenant, stepping into the river. As soon as their feet touch the water, the river parts, creating a dry path. The people cross in awe and trembling, the waters standing as walls on either side. Once across, Joshua erects 12 stones as a memorial, one for each tribe of Israel. They serve as a reminder of God's miraculous guidance, a testimony for generations to come that God keeps His promises. The people celebrate, offering sacrifices and praising God for His faithfulness. But entering the promised land is not without challenge. The land is inhabited, and God commands the Israelites to drive out the nations that live there. Cities are fortified, armies march, and the people must trust God's power to secure the land. The first great victory comes at Jericho, Joshua follows God's precise instructions. The army marches around the city once each day for 6 days, priests carrying the ark, blowing trumpets. On the 7th day, they march 7 times. Then, at Joshua's command, the people shout, and the walls of Jericho crumble, falling as if touched by invisible hands. The people take the city, remembering to give glory to God, keeping faith with his commands. Other cities fall, battles are fought, and the land is slowly divided among the 12 tribes: Reuben, Simeon, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh. Each receive their inheritance, areas rich with rivers, fertile valleys, and hills perfect for grazing flocks. The tribes settle in their appointed places, and the land begins to teem with life. Yet God's commands remain clear. The people are to follow him, to obey the law, to love him fully. Joshua gathers them at Shechem and speaks with quiet solemnity. Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. The people promise to obey, knowing that the covenant continues, binding them to God as it bound their ancestors. The promised land is more than a piece of earth. It is the physical manifestation of God's faithfulness, the reward of perseverance, and the foundation for the nation of Israel. Life in the promised land is filled with challenges and blessings alike. The people learn to farm, to build cities, to maintain justice, and to worship faithfully. They teach their children the stories of deliverance, Joseph's rise, the Exodus, the wilderness, the giving of the law, and now their arrival at the land promised by God long ago. Every day is a reminder that God is present, guiding, providing, protecting. The promised land also points forward, dear friend, to something greater still. It is a shadow of the ultimate promise, a symbol of peace, rest, and eternal life. Just as the Israelites enter a land flowing with abundance after trials, so too are we invited into a spiritual inheritance, a land of rest for the soul, of peace that surpasses understanding, of the gentle embrace of God's presence. Now, as you imagine the lush hills, the flowing rivers, and the people gathered in joy and gratitude, feel your own spirit relax. Let the images of abundance, safety, and divine presence settle over you like a soft, comforting blanket. Just as the Israelites have arrived, you too can find rest and peace in this moment. Breathe slowly, dear friend. Let the story of the promised land wash over you. Let it remind you that patience, faith, and trust in God's guidance lead to fulfillment. You have traveled with the people of Israel through hardship and deliverance, and now, at the threshold of promise, there is only peace, the life and teachings of Jesus. Welcome back, dear friend. You are calm, relaxed, and safe. Let the story carry you softly, like a gentle river under the moonlight. After the centuries of promise, covenant, wandering, and settling in the promised land, the story now turns to a new chapter, one that begins quietly in a small town with a child born under a sky full of stars. Jesus of Nazareth is born in Bethlehem in humble surroundings, a stable, a manger, and the soft warmth of hay cradle the newborn. Imagine the night sky above, the Milky Way stretching like a river of light, and the quiet sound of animals breathing around the stable. Shepherds, tending their flocks nearby, are the first to hear the angelic proclamation, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news of great joy, which will be for all people. Today, in the town of David, a Savior has been born. Wise men, guided by a star, travel from distant lands, bringing gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, honoring this child whose life will change the course of history." Jesus grows in wisdom and grace. In Nazareth, he learns the ways of daily life, working with his hands, studying the scriptures, and growing in understanding and favor with God. His childhood is ordinary in some ways, yet extraordinary in others, for his life is filled with purpose. When he reaches adulthood, Jesus begins his ministry. He walks through towns and villages, speaking with authority and compassion. He teaches in parables, stories with deep meaning that touch hearts and open minds. He says, "The kingdom of God is like a mustard seed, small, yet growing into something vast." He tells of a shepherd who leaves 99 sheep to find the one lost, reminding all of God's care for each individual. Jesus performs miracles, acts that both astonish and heal. He restores sight to the blind, gives speech to the mute, makes the lame walk, and even raises the dead. Imagine the wonder in the eyes of those who witness these things, the trembling, the awe, the deep recognition that God is present in this man. He calms storms with a word, feeding thousands with only a few loaves and fish, showing that divine providence is boundless. He walks on water, his presence a living reassurance that faith can overcome fear. But Jesus does more than miracles. He teaches about love, mercy, and forgiveness. He says, "Love your neighbor as yourself, and love your enemies, and pray for those who persecute you." He challenges the proud and comforts the weary. He sees the broken, the rejected, the sinners, and draws near to them, offering healing and hope. Jesus gathers a group of disciples, 12 men who walk with him, learn from him, and carry his message forward. They witness his teachings, his miracles, and the deep connection he has with the Father. They learn patience, faith, humility, and the power of love that serves rather than seeks to dominate. He teaches about prayer, giving the Lord's Prayer as a model, a gentle rhythm of words, inviting trust, reverence, and surrender. He speaks of the Spirit, a comforter and guide for all who follow him. He shares parables of seeds, treasure, lost coins, prodigal sons, and vineyards, each revealing truths about God's kingdom and the heart of human life. Jesus also faces opposition. The religious leaders question him, test him, and plot against him. Yet he remains calm, answering with wisdom, parables, and gentle authority. He does not seek earthly power, but points toward eternal truth, showing that love and humility surpass all human authority. The story moves toward the city of Jerusalem. Jesus enters humbly, riding on a donkey, as people spread cloaks and palm branches along the road, singing praises. The crowds recognize him as the Messiah, the promised Savior, Yet even here, the shadow of suffering approaches. He shares his final teachings with his disciples, breaking bread and sharing wine, saying, "Do this in remembrance of me." He washes their feet, teaching humility and service. He prays deeply in Gethsemane, expressing the fullness of human fear and divine trust. Not my will, but yours, be done. Then comes the betrayal. Judas, one of his own, leads soldiers to him. He is arrested, tried unjustly, and sentenced to die on a cross. Imagine the sky darkening, the earth trembling, the grief of his followers deep and silent. Jesus carries his cross to Golgotha, and there, in an act of ultimate love, he offers himself for the sins of the world. Even in suffering, he speaks forgiveness. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." His life is poured out, his mission fulfilled, and with a final breath, the curtain in the temple is torn, symbolizing open access to God for all. But the story does not end in death. 3 days later, the tomb is empty. Jesus rises, appearing to Mary Magdalene, to his disciples, to many over 40 days. He shows them the reality of resurrection, victory over sin and death, and the promise of eternal life for all who believe. Before ascending into heaven, he commissions his followers. "Go, therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them and teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. And behold, I am with you always, to the end of the age." The life of Jesus is the center of hope, the fulfillment of promise, the revelation of God's love made tangible. Every parable, every miracle, every word of teaching is an invitation to trust, to love, to live in harmony with God and neighbor. Now, dear friend, as you rest, imagine walking beside him, hearing his gentle voice, feeling his presence. Let the story of his life settle into your heart. Let it remind you that even in hardship, love prevails. Even in sorrow, hope shines. And even in darkness, light is always present. Breathe deeply, feel peace, feel love, and know that you are held in the same gentle care that guided Joseph, Moses, and all the faithful. Let this story carry you into a restful, serene sleep. The early church and the apostles, welcome back, dear one. You are safe, your body relaxed, your mind quiet. Let us drift softly into the story. After Jesus ascended into heaven, his disciples remained, waiting as he had promised. They gathered together in Jerusalem, hearts filled with anticipation, unsure of what would come next, yet trusting the words of their teacher and friend. Days pass in quiet prayer, in shared meals, and in reflection on all they had witnessed. The memory of his miracles, his words, his love sustains them. And then, on the day of Pentecost, everything changes. A sound like a rushing wind fills the room, and tongues of fire rest upon each of them. They are filled with the Holy Spirit, a presence that ignites courage, wisdom, and understanding. Suddenly, they speak in languages they had never learned, proclaiming the wonders of God to people gathered from many nations. Imagine the amazement, strangers hearing in their own tongues the story of salvation, the message of hope, the good news of Jesus Christ. Peter, once timid, now rises with boldness. He speaks to the crowd, recounting the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. He calls for repentance, for turning toward God, and 3,000 people are baptized that very day. A new community is born. This is the beginning of the early church, a fellowship of believers bound by love, faith, and the guidance of the Spirit. The apostles, Peter, John, James, and others, travel far and wide, teaching, healing, and proclaiming the gospel. They face persecution, imprisonment, and danger, yet they remain steadfast. Their courage is rooted not in their own strength, but in the presence of the Spirit that Jesus promised. They live in a remarkable way. They share everything they have, selling possessions to provide for those in need. Meals are shared, prayers are constant, and worship is central. They break bread together, remembering Jesus, and their community grows stronger each day. Miracles continue, the sick are healed, the blind see, the lame walk. All of these acts confirm that God is present among them. One of the apostles, Paul, once known as Saul, undergoes a profound transformation. He had been a fierce persecutor of the church, seeking to silence its message. Yet on the road to Damascus, he encounters the risen Christ in a blinding light. "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me?" a voice asks. Saul falls to the ground, trembling. From that moment, he is no longer Saul, but Paul, a devoted servant of God, carrying the message of Jesus to Gentiles and Jews alike across vast regions. Paul's journeys take him to cities like Antioch, Corinth, Ephesus, and Rome. He preaches boldly, writes letters to communities, offering guidance, encouragement, and instruction on how to live in faith. His words remind believers to love one another, to forgive, to remain steadfast, and to walk in the Spirit. His letters, full of insight and hope, will become part of the New Testament, guiding generations yet to come. The early church faces trials. Communities are tested by persecution from rulers, misunderstanding from neighbors, and internal disputes. Yet in every challenge, they cling to faith, prayer, and the teaching of the apostles. The Spirit provides wisdom, comfort, and power, helping them navigate the difficulties of spreading God's message in a turbulent world. As the church grows, believers meet in homes, in secret, in courtyards, and in open spaces. They teach children, comfort the elderly, and care for widows and orphans. The church becomes a living witness, a light in the darkness, showing love and mercy to all who come near. Imagine the scenes: the soft flicker of oil lamps in evening rooms, the quiet murmur of prayers, the gentle laughter of children, the soothing presence of elders teaching stories of God's faithfulness. The community thrives, not through power or wealth, but through love, obedience, and trust in God. The apostles continue to travel, enduring hardships and imprisonments. Peter faces the sword, but stands firm. Paul writes letters from prison, offering encouragement to those he cannot see. Their lives testify that faith is stronger than fear, hope is stronger than despair, and God's love is the anchor through every storm. Through all of this, the early church grows. The message of Jesus spreads from Jerusalem to Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth, just as he had promised. Communities flourish, grounded in prayer, worship, and service. They remember Jesus' teachings. Love God, love others, forgive, and care for the least among them. And now, dear friend, as you lie in quiet rest, imagine yourself walking with the apostles. Hear their voices, gentle yet passionate. Feel the warmth of the community, the soft glow of the lamps, the presence of the Spirit, whispering peace into your heart. Let the courage, love, and hope of the early church fill your spirit. Breathe slowly. Feel your body sink deeper into comfort. Let the story of the apostles and the early church wash over you like a gentle river, guiding your mind into calm, your heart into peace, and your soul into rest. The letters of Paul and the early teachings welcome back, dear one. You are safe, your body relaxed, and your mind calm. Let us journey slowly into the teachings that spread through letters, words written by hand, carried by messengers across the lands, and received by early Christian communities. These letters are filled with encouragement, gentle correction, and deep wisdom, a soft, enduring light for all who hear them. After Paul's transformation on the road to Damascus, he dedicates his life entirely to spreading the message of Jesus Christ. He travels extensively, preaching in synagogues, marketplaces, and town squares. In many places, he encounters communities that thrive in faith but struggle with questions, doubts, and disputes. To guide them, he writes letters, epistles, full of care, guidance, and instruction. Each letter begins with a greeting, often warm and personal. Grace and peace to you from God, our Father, and the Lord Jesus Christ. Paul writes not as a distant teacher, but as a loving mentor, walking alongside the believers in spirit, sharing both comfort and challenge. One of his first letters is to the Romans, a community he has not yet visited. In it, he explains the depth of God's love, the power of faith, and the meaning of grace. He writes about the human condition, the need for forgiveness, and the promise of salvation. Paul's words are steady, clear, and comforting, meant to settle hearts that may be anxious or uncertain. To the Corinthians, Paul writes about unity and love. He reminds them that love is patient and kind, not boastful or proud. He encourages them to care for one another, to honor God in all they do, and to live in harmony. He speaks of spiritual gifts, of community, and of building one another up, emphasizing that each person's contribution matters in the life of the church. To the Galatians, he writes about freedom in Christ. He urges them to live guided by the Spirit, not by the chains of legalism or fear. He explains that faith, not the works of the law alone, connects them to God's promise. His words are both gentle and firm, like a steady hand on a wandering child's shoulder, guiding them back to trust. In letters to Ephesians, Paul paints a picture of the church as a living body, where each member is connected, cared for, and given purpose. He writes about wisdom, grace, and the armor of God, a metaphor for the protection faith provides in a world of challenges. He urges the community to stand firm, to hold fast to hope, and to love one another deeply. To Philippians, He writes from prison, his surroundings harsh and confining, yet his words shine with joy. He encourages the believers to rejoice always, to pray with gratitude, and to focus on what is true, noble, and praiseworthy, even in chains. Paul models a life of peace, trust, and contentment in God. To Colossians, he emphasizes the fullness of Christ, the image of God, and the importance of living a life rooted in his teachings. Paul's words gently guide the community toward unity, humility, and steadfast faith. In letters to Thessalonians, Paul speaks of hope and endurance, encouraging them to remain steadfast even as trials come. He reminds them that God is faithful, that the return of Christ is certain, and that faithfulness now brings peace and strength for the future. To his beloved companions, Timothy and Titus, Paul writes personal instructions, mentoring them in leadership, character, and pastoral care. His letters are filled with love, guidance, and encouragement, showing that leadership in faith requires humility, patience, and devotion. Throughout these letters, Paul's voice is consistent, gentle, yet firm, full of hope, and always rooted in love. He teaches the early church about prayer, forgiveness, humility, service, and the power of God's grace. He reminds communities to care for the weak, to resist selfishness, to encourage one another, and to live in a way that reflects the life of Jesus. Imagine, dear friend, these letters traveling by foot, by horse, across mountains and rivers, reaching small gatherings of believers. Each letter is read aloud in homes, in synagogues, in secret meetings. Families and friends hear the words, take them into their hearts, and let them guide their days. The words are gentle reminders that faith is not only belief, but living in harmony with God's love, showing patience, mercy, and hope in every action. The letters also address conflict, correcting gently, offering wisdom, and restoring peace. Paul knows that communities are fragile and human hearts are complex, yet he never loses hope, always pointing back to Christ, always urging love, and always reminding them of the eternal perspective that their lives are part of a larger story of God's redemption spanning generations and nations. As you rest now, imagine yourself in one of these early gatherings, listening to Paul's letters being read aloud. The soft cadence of his words fills the room like warm sunlight, touching every listener, bringing calm to anxious hearts and clarity to confused minds. Feel the love, the patience, and the hope flowing through every phrase. Let it settle into your own heart. Breathe deeply. Let the gentle wisdom of the letters wash over you, reminding you of patience, faith, and trust. Let your spirit relax, your mind quiet, and your body sink deeper into comfort. You are surrounded by the enduring message of love, grace, and hope, just as the early believers were guided by Paul's words. Revelation and the promise of God's kingdom. Welcome back, dear one. You are safe, calm, and serene. Let us journey gently into the final portion of this sacred story, where vision and prophecy paint pictures of God's ultimate plan for his creation, and where the promise of peace and restoration is revealed to all who listen. The book of Revelation is a vision given to the Apostle John while he is in exile on the island of Patmos. Imagine him there, an elderly man, surrounded by the vast, quiet sea, the sun setting in gold and crimson, the waves lapping gently at the shore. In solitude, John receives a revelation, not just for his time, but for all generations. God's voice comes to him in a series of vivid, symbolic visions. First, John sees Christ in glory. His hair is white as wool, his eyes like flames of fire, his feet like polished bronze. He holds 7 stars in his hand and walks among 7 golden lampstands. The vision is majestic and calming, filled with divine authority and love. Christ speaks to the churches, offering words of encouragement, correction, and hope. Each letter is a reminder to remain faithful, to persevere through trials, and to trust in God's ultimate plan. John then sees a scroll sealed with 7 seals, held in the hand of God. Only the Lamb, Jesus Christ, can open it. As each seal is broken, visions unfold, triumphs, trials, and God's judgment upon the world. There are images of conquest and conflict, yet through all of them, God's sovereignty is clear. Nothing happens outside His knowledge or control. There are trumpets sounding like distant thunder, announcing change and the coming of God's judgment. There are plagues and calamities, yet always accompanied by the promise that God's faithful are protected and that justice will ultimately prevail. Through these visions, the message is gentle but firm. Trust in God, remain steadfast, and hold hope. Amid the tumult, John sees a great multitude standing before the throne of God, clothed in white robes, singing praises day and night. These are those who have remained faithful, who have washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. The vision is peaceful and filled with light, a reminder that God's love ultimately prevails and that His promises are sure. Then comes the vision of the new heaven and new earth. The first heaven and first earth have passed away, and there is no more pain, no more sorrow, no more death. The holy city, the New Jerusalem, descends from heaven, radiant with the glory of God. Its streets are of pure gold, its gates of pearls, and its foundations adorned with precious stones. Imagine walking its streets, feeling the warmth of God's presence, hearing the gentle murmur of streams, seeing the light of God illuminate everything, and knowing that darkness has vanished forever. God Himself dwells with His people. He wipes away every tear. There is no hunger, no thirst, no suffering. The city is alive with peace, and its inhabitants live in harmony with God, with each other, and with all of creation. The Lamb is the light, and there is no night. All is serene, eternal, and perfectly ordered in love. John sees the river of life, clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God. On either side of the river are the trees of life, bearing fruit each month, and their leaves are for the healing of the nations. There is no more curse, no more fear, no more separation from God. Everything is restored, renewed, and whole. Throughout Revelation, John is reminded repeatedly, Christ is coming, He is faithful, and He will make all things new. The visions, while sometimes dramatic and awe-inspiring, are ultimately gentle messages for hearts longing for hope. They assure the faithful that no matter the trials, no matter the suffering, God's plan is complete, perfect, and filled with love. As you rest now, dear friend, imagine standing beside John, gazing at the radiant city, listening to the praises rising to heaven, feeling the peace that comes from knowing that God's kingdom is eternal. Let the gentle light of the New Jerusalem fill your mind and heart. Let the vision of the river, the trees, and the Lamb's presence wash over you like a soft, soothing wave. Breathe slowly. Let your thoughts drift like clouds, unburdened and calm. Feel the reassurance that God's promises are sure, that love and peace will endure, and that one day all creation will be made right. Let this vision carry you gently into a deep, restful sleep, knowing that the story of the Bible, from the very beginning to the ultimate fulfillment, is one of hope, love, and eternal care. Samuel and the Rise of Kings, welcome back, dear one. You are calm, relaxed, ready to hear the story of Samuel, a prophet and guide in a time of transition for Israel. Samuel was chosen by God even as a child to serve as his prophet. He grew wise, discerning, and faithful, teaching the people to listen to God's voice. As Israel grew, the people desired a king to lead them like other nations. Samuel prayed, warned them of the consequences of human leadership, but God granted their request. Saul was chosen as Israel's first king. Saul's reign began with promise, but became a tale of struggle. He was brave and strong, yet he often struggled with obedience and trust in God. Samuel continued to guide him, reminding the king of God's will and showing that leadership carries responsibility, humility, and a heart aligned with God. Saul's life teaches us that power without faith can falter, but guidance and devotion to God provide wisdom and strength. David, a man after God's own heart. Next, dear friend, we arrive at David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's beloved king. Imagine the quiet hills of Bethlehem, the soft bleating of sheep, and a young boy tending flocks while composing songs and prayers in his heart. David's life is full of courage and faith. He defeats Goliath, the giant, not with strength alone, but with trust in God. He becomes a leader, uniting Israel, composing beautiful psalms that express sorrow, gratitude, hope, and joy. Yet David is also human. He makes mistakes, faces failures, and experiences deep sorrow. Through triumph and error, David's life teaches about faith, repentance, humility, and God's enduring grace. His heart, ever seeking God, becomes a model for how humans can strive for closeness with the divine, even amidst imperfection. Solomon and wisdom, David's son, Solomon, ascends the throne with a gift of wisdom. God grants him understanding beyond measure, and Solomon becomes renowned for his discernment. Imagine the grandeur of his court, the soft murmur of advisors, and the temple being constructed in Jerusalem, a magnificent place for worship, a sanctuary at the heart of Israel's spiritual life. Solomon's wisdom is legendary. He judges fairly, writes proverbs that capture truth in poetic beauty, and guides the nation with clarity. Yet even Solomon's life reminds us that wisdom alone cannot replace obedience, humility, and devotion to God. His story shows that knowledge is most powerful when paired with reverent faith. Division and exile. After Solomon's death, Israel's unity fractures. The kingdom splits into Israel in the north and Judah in the south. Kings rise and fall, some righteous, some corrupt. Prophets arise, warning the people to turn back to God, to follow his ways, and to practice justice and mercy. Despite these warnings, disobedience continues. Eventually, both kingdoms face exile. Israel falls to Assyria, Judah to Babylon. These times are filled with sorrow, longing, and reflection. Yet even in exile, there is hope. God's faithfulness endures, teaching that repentance, humility, and trust bring restoration even after loss. Prophets and promises. Prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel speak God's messages with urgency, poetry, and vivid imagery. They warn of judgment, yet also foretell a coming Savior who will bring hope, healing, and salvation. Imagine Isaiah describing a child who will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Jeremiah comforts the sorrowful with promises of a new covenant written on hearts. Ezekiel shares visions of renewal, dry bones rising, and God's Spirit restoring life. These prophets teach patience, faith, and the certainty that God's plans are beyond human understanding, always filled with hope. The coming of Jesus, the New Testament, begins gently with the story of Jesus' birth in Bethlehem, a humble stable, the soft warmth of hay, a newborn child cradled in his mother's arms. Angels sing, shepherds watch, and wise men travel, guided by a star. Jesus' life brings a new path to God. His teachings are filled with love, compassion, and forgiveness. From the first breath to his early years in Nazareth, his story is one of quiet preparation for a life that will illuminate the hearts of all who follow him. Jesus' ministry. As a young man, Jesus began traveling through towns, speaking with gentleness and authority. He performs miracles, healing the sick, giving sight to the blind, feeding thousands with a few loaves and fish. He teaches through parables, simple stories with deep meaning, revealing the heart of God's love and calling people to mercy, humility, and faith. Imagine walking beside him, hearing his words, seeing the awe of crowds, and feeling the calm of his presence. His ministry is a lesson in living with love, courage, and service. The Last Supper and Crucifixion. Jesus gathers his disciples for a final meal, breaking bread and sharing wine. He speaks of sacrifice, love, and remembrance. Soon after, he is betrayed, tried, and crucified. The sky darkens, the earth trembles, and grief falls over those who love him. Yet his death is not the end. It is the beginning of redemption. Through his sacrifice, forgiveness is made possible for all who believe. His love, even in suffering, shows the depth of God's mercy. The resurrection. Welcome back, dear one. You are safe, relaxed, and your mind is calm. Now, let us drift softly into the story of the resurrection, the miraculous life-giving moment that changed everything. After Jesus' crucifixion, the world felt heavy with sorrow. His disciples mourned deeply, their hearts full of grief and fear. The one they loved, who had healed, taught, and guided them, was gone. The tomb was sealed, guarded, and cold. Imagine the stillness, the quiet weight of grief, the shadow of despair resting over those who had followed him. But early on the first day of the week, just as dawn paints the sky in soft gold and pink, something miraculous occurs. Mary Magdalene and other women go to the tomb to care for Jesus' body, bringing spices and fragrant oils. The stone sealing the entrance has been rolled away. The tomb is empty. Confusion and wonder fill their hearts. Suddenly, they see an angel, radiant and gentle, sitting where Jesus had lain. The angel speaks softly, "Do not be afraid. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said." Imagine the peace washing over them, the awe in their hearts, the trembling wonder at a promise fulfilled beyond human understanding. Mary runs to tell the disciples. Peter and John rush to the tomb, their feet pounding on the stone path. They see the linen cloths lying there, neatly folded, the body gone. Fear and amazement swirl together, and slowly the reality begins to settle. Jesus is alive. The risen Jesus appears to his followers in many places, on the road to Emmaus, in locked rooms, by the Sea of Galilee. He shows them the wounds in his hands and feet, proof of his suffering and his triumph over death. He speaks gently, with patience and love. "Peace be with you. Do not be afraid. I have conquered death, and you are witnesses of this truth." Imagine the joy that floods their hearts, the relief, the calm, the hope reborn. Their sorrow is transformed into purpose. Their fear becomes courage. The resurrection is not only a miracle of life restored, but a revelation of God's ultimate power over death, decay, and despair. Jesus spends 40 days with his disciples after rising. He teaches them, opening their minds to understand the scriptures fully. He reminds them of the promises, shows them the path of the Spirit, and prepares them to carry his message to the world. He tells them about forgiveness, love, faith, and service, assuring them that the Spirit will guide them. Finally, he leads them to the Mount of Olives. There, in the soft glow of sunset, he blesses them and begins to ascend into heaven. A gentle cloud carries him upward, and two angels appear, speaking words of comfort. "This same Jesus, who has been taken from you into heaven, will come back in the same way you have seen him go." The disciples watch, hearts lifted, and minds focused on the promise. They return to Jerusalem, filled with peace and determination, knowing that the resurrection changes everything. It is the ultimate confirmation that God's love conquers all, that death does not have the final word, and that hope is eternal. The resurrection echoes through the ages. It is the cornerstone of faith, the source of hope, the light that guides the church, and the gentle reassurance that God is alive, present, and always faithful. Every heartbeat, every breath, every act of love carries the reflection of this miraculous event. Now, as you rest, imagine standing in the soft morning light outside the empty tomb. Feel the gentle warmth of the risen Christ. Hear the soft whispers of angels. and let your heart swell with peace. Breathe slowly and deeply, letting the promise of life, hope, and restoration settle over your mind, body, and spirit. Rest in the knowledge that resurrection is not only an event in history, but a living reality for all who trust in God. Let this story carry you gently into a deep, calm sleep filled with hope and the light of eternal love. The lessons we learn from the Bible. Welcome back, dear one. You are safe, relaxed, and your mind is ready to receive the quiet truths and gentle lessons woven throughout the story of the Bible. As we journey through these teachings, let them settle softly into your heart like a warm, comforting blanket, easing your mind and inviting peaceful rest. The Bible is not only a story of people, places, and events, it is a guide, a mirror, and a whisper from God, teaching us how to live with love, faith, and wisdom. From the very beginning, we learn about creation and the value of life. God creates with care, purpose, and intention, reminding us that every life, every creature, every moment is precious and meaningful. From this, we understand that our own lives, too, are gifts to cherish and nurture. We learn about trust and obedience through the stories of Adam, Noah, Abraham, and the Israelites. Even when the path is uncertain, even when the journey is long or challenging, trust in God's guidance brings safety, direction, and fulfillment. Noah's Ark teaches patience and faith in the face of storms. Abraham's willingness to follow God reminds us that faith often asks for courage and surrender, but it leads to blessing and hope. From Joseph, we learn resilience and forgiveness. Betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and falsely accused, he rises to leadership in Egypt and forgives those who harmed him. Life may bring hardships, yet responding with patience, humility, and mercy transforms suffering into purpose. The Ten Commandments teach us about morality, justice, and love for God and neighbor. They are not burdensome rules, but guiding principles, helping us live in harmony, respect one another, and honor the sacred in our lives. They remind us that our choices matter, that every action has weight, and that living with integrity is a path to peace. The stories of Moses and the wilderness wanderings remind us of dependence on God. Even when we feel lost, tired, or uncertain, guidance, provision, and protection are always present if we trust. Life's challenges are not meaningless. They shape us, teach perseverance, and invite us to lean on divine wisdom rather than only on our own strength. Through the life and teachings of Jesus, we learn love, humility, and service. He heals the sick, comforts the broken, forgives the sinner, and calls us to love not only those who are easy to love, but also those who are difficult. The greatest lessons are often simple. Forgive freely, care deeply, and put others before yourself. The resurrection teaches us hope and renewal. No matter the darkness, despair, or suffering, life, love, and light ultimately prevail. Death does not have the final word, and God's power can restore and redeem even the most hopeless situations. The letters of Paul and the early church teach us about community, encouragement, and perseverance. We learn to support one another, to bear one another's burdens, to speak truth in love, and to remain faithful even when circumstances are difficult. Life is not meant to be walked alone, and together we grow stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. From Revelation, we learn about eternal perspective and hope. Even when the world feels chaotic, we are reminded that God's plan is complete. His kingdom is coming, and His love endures forever. Patience, trust, and faith lead to ultimate peace, and every challenge is part of a greater divine story. Other gentle lessons include gratitude and contentment, being thankful for what we have, trusting in God's provision, prayer and reflection, speaking with God and listening for guidance, brings calm and clarity, justice and mercy, standing for what is right while showing compassion to others, faith over fear, trusting God even when the way forward is unclear, hope in trials. Every difficulty is temporary, and God's love is eternal. As you rest now, imagine these lessons as soft lights surrounding you. One light for love, one for trust, one for hope, one for forgiveness. Let each glow settle gently over your heart, bringing calm, reassurance, and peace. Breathe slowly. Let the lessons of the Bible sink deeply into your spirit. Feel the calm of knowing that God's guidance is always present, that His love surrounds you, and that His wisdom whispers gently in your heart. You are safe, you are loved, and these lessons will carry you softly through life, just as they carry generations of faithful people. Let them now guide you into a deep, restful, and serene sleep. And now, dear friend, our journey through the story of the entire Bible comes to a gentle close. From the very beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, to the final visions of Revelation and the promise of a new heaven and new earth, we have walked together through a story of love, hope, faith, and redemption. You have seen the birth of humanity, the rise and fall of nations, the faithfulness of God to His people, the courage of prophets, the miracles and teachings of Jesus, the courage and devotion of the early church, and the enduring promise of God's eternal kingdom. Every story, every lesson, every moment has been a whisper of God's love, a reminder that even in trials, He is present, guiding, providing, and caring for His children. As you rest now, imagine the rivers of life flowing gently, the trees of the New Jerusalem softly swaying, the light of God illuminating everything around you. Feel the peace, the calm, and the safety of His presence settling over your mind, your body, and your heart. Breathe slowly, deeply, and let all worries drift away. The story has carried you from the very beginning to the eternal promise, and now, with a smile on your face, you have a full understanding of the story of the Bible and the comfort it brings. Sleep peacefully, dear friend. Rest in the knowledge that you are loved, that you are safe, and that the story of God's care is always with you. Goodbye, dear friend. See you next time.